have a program.
All right, well, welcome everyone. Thank you for joining us at the start of our budget sessions. I'm going to ask her to kick it off for us.
So if you want to, please join me in a short prayer. Father in heaven, we come to you today with our minds swirling with different thoughts and feelings. Each day, we all have hard decisions to make. We worry about the impact that these decisions will have on others. We all fear making the wrong decisions. We do know, however, that when we seek your wisdom, you will provide it. You know the problems before us. You know how it turns out. We trust you today to fill us with your plan for our lives. Take our fears, take our confusion, and replace it with your amazing wisdom. Amen.
Amen.
And if you want to join me to pledge to our flag, I
pledge allegiance to you, the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
My pleasure.
Okay, Christina, while you're still in here, just want to say there's a couple happy birthdays to go around. Lisa had one since our last meeting.
Happy birthday.
And
Happy birthday.
that's Friday, right? Right? And Abby turned
21 yesterday.
So we're all getting older.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Same face. If you have it right here, body fund, there's more printing. They're coming, so I don't know how to do it short yet, but they're coming. Okay.
Right, we're gonna start off with solid waste district reading, hearing. Morning, gentlemen.
Morning.
Appreciate you presenting to us in our previous meeting. Anything else you'd like to ask for discussion to the group, or we're just gonna read your numbers?
I know we went through these once before. I'll go through them again if you want me to. If I don't need to, then that's fine. Leave that up to us here. In there, I'll just point out 4 large items. We had increases in health insurance, general insurance, equipment repairs, recycling, that drop-off container program. That went up about 6%. And then this disposal of materials, getting harder and harder to dispose of materials, more expensive. So we were able to keep our budget around a 5% increase. And with the budget that we have, which is $2.85 million, we're expecting to generate or to get in tax revenue and fees about $2.89 million. So that's $41,000 more in revenues than expenditures in budget. So I feel like the budget is going to be well supported. And we have some adequate reserves if there are things that come up that are unexpected.
Is that about your normal margin?
Yeah, it typically runs in the 50s, $50,000 differential as far as our margin. You know, when we get to the end of the year, we typically are somewhere in the 60s to 70s. We usually don't spend quite all of our budget, but most of it, you know, probably 99% of it, or whatever, 98%. So we feel like we do a good job in trying to put our budget together and staying, you know, within the line items as much as we can. You know, if something get out of our control as far as repairs that pop up and different stuff like that. But we have some places that we can move some money around to take care of those types of situations.
So we've got a budget estimate number here. Rainy day, 150,000. Non-reverting of 150,000. Special solid waste management total, $2,852,630 for a total budget estimate of $3,152,630. Anybody have any questions? I accept the motion to close reading.
Yeah, we would.
Make motion. Eric? Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, raise your right hand. What's up? Thank you.
Thank you.
Morning, Doug. How are you?
Good.
Good. All right, so we've got, raise your hand if this is your first budget session. Couple different ways to slice and dice this. Usually we will save the bigger conversations for the end, or around personnel. So is it hard to hear?
We've got a fan right here.
Yeah.
But that's okay, I'll take the fan.
Turn down.
Oh, it's fine.
Okay, when they were at the podium, were there microphones working back? You guys hear the speakers back there? Everything but the fans, I just want to make sure everybody can hear. So I can give kind of an overview of our biggest challenges historically and then moving forward if you'd like now, or we can just go through maybe everything other than personnel in each department and see if there's anything that we feel like we need to make adjustments to there and then get back into the bigger conversation. Ruth, you want to just?
I think, and the thing is, probably while we're on some of those funds discussing, other things will come up. And we're gonna light into them at that point anyway.
Yep.
I assume, but.
It's done a number of these, so, okay, so we have, your original books. Okay,
We have the original book, but you just traded off the new.
Well, I get some first. Is it in the file? What? This is fine.
this one.
They're so pretty. Oh, they're so pretty. Abby's
No,
bringing
they're
them.
pretty.
They're so pretty. Did it change from what you said?
Yeah. So if I just read John, the overall.
Yep. That's the biggest one.
Yeah. All right, so we're gonna have our first reading. Budget statement here. We're gonna read total for general. And our overall total with all the special funds. So for the budget estimate for 2026 in general, we have $18,669,648.
They're asking if they have a copy of it.
No,
Okay.
just write this number down. General, $18,669,648. Okay? I got that one.
Okay.
Total with all the special funds, $40,281,541. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
I'm running. Nice to see you today. Okay, so
Okay, so this is the public, that was the public portion of the meeting. So close that.
Okay, I will second.
Okay, raise your hand. Okay. Okay, we're gonna start our county clerk office. Since you're here.
More down here. Sorry.
Yeah. Things are stuck.
So if we go by this, it'll be much harder to go by department. If
So-
we go by this, it's easier to go by department, so this would be by department.
Yeah, so, I mean, this is.
I don't mind.
I'll share.
The numbers.
Two numbers, I'm not sure.
I'm gonna prefer to go to the old book, that the original book, I should say.
It's all you want.
These are gonna come, this one's gonna become such a bigger deal when we deal with where we have to,
Yes.
there's a lot of funds that I'd like to discuss.
Okay, starting with the county clerk office. The way we do this, for you guys that are, new, is just as you go through and you look at the budget request, for that 2025 budget, if you have any questions on any adjustments that they made, any questions in general, a lot of times the department heads are in the room, you can ask them questions. But we'll just go down through there and knowing that we have, or should put up with our cut number. Yeah. 15.
58,244.
Yeah. 15,244 from the advertised budget presented to us. It's got that account.
And advertised is this.
Yes. But some departments put in wage increases.
Yeah, and some tweaks have been made to this one. Right?
Ask one question about the budget, your total revenue. Why is it different than Peter's projected income for 1,000, for general? I said, our projected, the number 14, the budget year total revenue, that 18,611,404. Where did that number come from? I'm just curious. Because Peter's number is just different, so I was
Well,
just
this
curious.
is an estimated.
DL, yeah. And I
Ours,
just didn't know what the difference was.
yes, and ours is the actual analysis.
But his projections, when you compare them to what actually happened, are very, very close. So I was just, it was a bigger difference.
Yeah.
And so I was just curious where the number came from. I just didn't know where it came from. Yep. Thank you.
Yep, so we'll go through these non-personnel line items in each of these funds, and then once we get through there, they can see if we still readjust our number to cut, if we've made cuts through there, and then we can loop back around and start talking about personnel. So does anybody see anything clerk's office that
I see that they cut something. Yay, thank you.
Got part-time, but have a little more overtime.
Mm-hmm.
But we're talking about personnel, we're not,
We're not personal, so.
let's skip that person. Okay.
Okay.
So I'm good with 1. Then we go to 10.
Sorry, go to what?
10, their voter registration, you want to go to that next?
Just going straight down, so she's on location 10, which is the voter registration extra pay and 7 pay.
Okay, yep.
The reason why you guys are seeing that change in the registration of voters is because it's an election, a presidential, it will be a presidential election year. And so their vote is so much larger this next year, especially considering we didn't have, because it's for 2026.
26 doesn't even first.
No, it's midterm.
Midterm.
Midterm,
Okay.
I apologize. It's a larger election. We had no election last year.
There actually was a Hamilton election, and have we been refunded for that?
Yes.
See, yeah.
Sorry.
I did 11, that's 11.
So we're done with 10, are we on to 62 now? Or am I pushing you too fast?
I vote down here, my vote favors. So I'm gonna press off of this. Okay, yep, go ahead, Ruth.
Okay, so we're on
We're
to 62 now.
hours that goes directly to them. Because they work so many extra hours outside of their normal hours.
Yep, I'm at 62. It's not just that's members.
Legal notices?
Miscellaneous supplies, is that just due to the elections as well?
And don't forget, we can't compare 26 to 25 for election. So, and I've cut it like over 11,000 from the 2024 election.
You're okay with official records and that one? Okay, very good. 19. The office equipment, 5,000.
Are you in clerk's perpetuation?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know, I don't think I changed any numbers in that, but I changed, it changed a name of a line item. That one. Oh, I added a supplies and equipment line item.
It was equipment, repair and maintenance, she took to 0, and then another for office equipment.
That I took to 5. Yeah, that was taken out of the one and adding it to the new one, yes.
Okay, read cuts.
Yes,
So I have a question.
okay,
Out of your 1119, your perpetuation fund,
okay.
your amount is well under half of what normally is received in there. If we had to move anything to bring it closer to half of what the revenue was, is there anything that could go from your budget into that would be appropriate? It's worth the ask.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Did that make sense?
Yeah, I can only do like retention of records. Spend money out of that account for retention of records.
That is exactly why I was asking, because I don't know every
Like,
fund yet.
Yeah, and even like last year, I used a lot of extra money out of there for like some storage things for the new judicial center and stuff like that. But I try to look there first.
It just has a very healthy cash balance.
Yes, yes,
So that was just my ask.
yeah,
If
limited
we
on
have
what
to
I
move it.
spent. Yeah.
Okay.
88.99. Everybody good there? Auditor's office?
Location 2.
Adjustment on telephone.
So we took out the cell phone and the hotspots, those are going over to IT. We added the telephone for 4 individuals. It was a request to see if we could be compensated since we do not have work phones, but we spend the majority of our time on our personal cell phones. It's just an ask. Answering questions, emails all the time. A lot of times we get text messages instead of emails, and trying to do that. The 4 people that I did include that are the 4 people who do have laptops to take home and work from home as well. And they are Kelly, Ann, Chief Deputy, Aaron Shipley, HR, and Tracy. And it was, I asked for their copy of their phone bill, and it is just the fee from their line. So let's say their line was $45. We cut that in half, multiplied times 12. That was our request, all of them. And it, again, it was just a request. Telephone.
You took it out.
Well, she didn't have it in here when we first went through it. You have that number now, Ann? What is it? 1,300 and what?
1308.
1308. It's in the new one, 1308. No, I just said it's. Don't know until you ask.
Any questions there? Application 2.
I'm fine with that.
Okay, Fund 1181. Large increase in scanning and professional services contract. Scanning's a fairly to get amount.
The might disappear.
Yeah, I do not have the exact amount yet. 30,000 is going to be more than enough to cover it. We are done. We still have more to scan, but I'm not doing it yet because the gentleman who quoted me, who did the quote, he didn't calculate right. And so what we budgeted were based off of his quote last year, 425, and he was off by $3,000. We got set in there. Invoices. $10, $12, $13,000 he's off by. And we haven't come to an agreement yet. So budgeted 30, in case I have to pay all of that and do I still have commissioners and council to scan. But I don't know if I'm gonna use yet. if he doesn't make me a deal.
And we're okay, we know that we're gonna burn some cash there in that.
It's coming out of 1181.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
we
because you
have-
have lots of money there.
yeah, we're good there.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's my, on my property tax side, that's my sale, or my, transfer fee line.
Is that office equipment, or just moving somewhere else?
They had your office equipment last year because it's all linked at the remodel.
Yeah.
Okay, 4609. Just in a bond,
Talk about there.
you know,
Nothing I want to talk about there, let's put it that way.
8895, 40 incentive.
Is that software? That Malcom contract, is that software?
No, that is, they do all of our 4D, work to get us reimbursements for all of that. Probably would explain it properly.
Like the first cost sharing.
Cost sharing.
Cost sharing.
There you go, Sharon. That's what I was looking for. I didn't write down first.
Okay,
Good with that.
everybody good? Yep. Treasurer's office?
It's in full free.
Lane?
From the bank fees.
Okay. Good. County report? Any security protection miscellaneous disbursement. Same numbers last year. That,
That's for our redaction, yes. Yeah, we use that. He's on 1160, okay, 1160.
yeah, I jumped down.
That's okay, Scott.
Okay, 1189. Personnel. Get them out of there. Two. See. That means there's possibly more personnel. Whatever, loading and perpetuation. Stop deputy.
That's a good order. And thank you for purchasing the paper again for the entire building. Appreciate that.
So you want to know if, yes, it's stable enough to take another one out?
So I'm missing the 2024, but 2022 and 2023, they took in 165 and 148. It's the 187 out. I somehow missed 2024. I apologize. I have it here, but it doesn't look to me like that has much. It looks like we'll burn some cash in there. Is that correct? Will you burn some cash in 1189?
Yes, because I will have a part-time person next year, 2 part-time people next year, that's, yes. And I will be doing out of 1189 as well, because it's 2 separate, and numbers, I will be doing also refurbishing of books and everything in our office, and that's very salty.
But I see you plenty of a cash balance.
Okay.
I like the brain. That's right. That's right. Brilliant.
Anything else? All right. Sheriff's Department.
Red pen. Yeah.
Application 5. Increase in body armor. Decrease in professional services contracts. Good with all those, RJ?
Yes.
All right.
Nothing on 5.
All right. Anybody else? 80. Big decrease in medical services.
What is that? They changed that contracting around. The medical services provided, used to provide percentages of prescription drugs and off-site medical services for inmates. Now, the new contract stipulates that we pick up all of the medical services and prescription costs for the inmates. It's, by their calculations, a wash. This is our first year in it, so we'll see. Right now, we seem to be pretty close to what is in the budget line. So it's a way of shuffling the funds a little differently. But yes, the contract itself has a decrease. Sign up for it.
Questions on there?
Some.
So the question is why did you decrease it if you have to pick up more things?
Well, I shouldn't say it. So 1170, the medical services, we're still asking for the increase in the total.
Oh, it's down here.
It's down in 1170 is the other part of it. Just the contract price went down, so in the contract budget line, we had to reduce the correct request, but the additional was asked.
In 380, you decreased it. But it's increased in 11.
But it's increased in 1170, yes, to make up the difference, yeah. Again, because I'm paying for different things now.
1170 is the same.
The general medical contract usually was raised 5% each year. So that's what we looked at. Then the total between the two, with the 1170 and the 380.
Original budget.
Some of those medical costs too, as far as prescriptions are concerned, we get reimbursed by DOC if they're a DOC inmate. The other only place that we can go to is if an inmate's, we have to go off-site facility for an emergency, heart attack, blood sugar, a baby, something along those lines, and they qualify for Medicaid, Medicare, we can be reimbursed through Medicaid, which we do every time. The company we currently contract with too, also what they call, what do they call it? They go back through the billing and scrub it with the provider that we have to go off-site with to get a lower bill. So it usually takes some time before the numbers truly come out, but.
So this is
You
just,
did it already then.
we already been, in the original budget book we advertised, that number was the same number, it didn't increase in their latest. So this copy advertisement, is second packet, because there's the large increase. But that number is what is in here, so we're
In
good.
1170.
Increase in meals because of historical population, or did we get a rate increase from the provider?
For meal,
Yeah,
it's a rate increase.
rate increase.
Got lots.
I think we went up like 8 cents a tray. What's that, Ruth? I'm sorry.
You've got lots of people wanting to be with you. I
Yeah,
noticed
yeah, we
that,
have good
so-
meals. We did, I think we did over 109,000 meals last year. Yeah.
And you guys are outpacing that, aren't you?
What's that?
Aren't you outpacing last year? I'm so.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so.
We're right there, yeah.
It's just for food than the rest of us.
In my book.
This isn't about you, RJ.
No, this is-
We're trying to
Thank you.
compare. I'm sorry, I didn't want you to feel like you
No,
still had
I'm trying to
to.
pay attention.
I know, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're all right.
Yeah, in my
What I
book,
have and what Dan has match.
Gotcha.
their books would be together.
Yeah, I just got this one this morning. Yeah. It just came to this one.
Yeah, it's right.
And what year
Right.
are you looking at? Oh, that's just what's been expended, right? Not what was budgeted, right? That's the issue with that not coming down. That's what's been expended so far. So you're looking at the headers. So the total, if you want the front page, they just don't carry.
So it wasn't an increase.
No, it's exactly the same. But does that make sense? This is the budget, this is what's been expended. Okay.
It's gonna stay the same because we've already been doing it for this year, just the contracts.
Medical supplies are way up. Down in, oh no.
Okay.
So what account are you guys on right now?
We're still talking about those medical
1170.
services on 1170.
Okay, I was looking at.
It's-
In my book, there's not an increase.
No, not in my book either.
Correct.
Because we were already doing it, correct? That's why the number is the same?
Yeah, I think I'm following what you're saying, yes.
We've already paid those expenses. It's the contracts going away is all.
Correct. Yeah, this came after the start of the new year. We entered into this year in a contract price for everything last year, budget time. In January, they came to us and said, we have to amend all of the sheriff jails. And this is what they amended to in January. So we're currently in the new process, but we didn't budget for it, so we have to wait to see how this falls out at the end of the year. Again, our projections currently, and we don't know where the inmate numbers go, we're right there, so we should be okay. That's why we're not panicking into 26 yet.
Lisa, your question, Sheriff, is what?
The increase in the meals, was it because they had an increase in pricing, or were they just upping the amount of meals they projected? It's an 8 cents
Those
increase.
contract price went up relative to the same amount of meals.
Isn't that
This-
No.
Yeah, and- Yeah. And this year, we've done very well with our numbers, our daily population numbers are actually a little low. Yep, compared to last year. Problem is religious meals, people who are diabetic, those, you can't ever assume we're gonna have so many of what and the other, and those are what really cost a lot. Those are almost double or triple the cost of a normal tray if I have a religious meal or a diabetic meal or pregnancy meals, those things. Gluten-free, food salad, yeah.
Okay, 1170.
$74.
74, there's an increase. Out of here. Okay, 1175.
Went down, I'm great.
Must be in jail.
That misdemeanor fund, we're still receiving that money, just so you're aware, state of Indiana did away with the level 6 felony pay that we received in July. We used to get just a check, roughly 120,000. They're not doing that anymore. Now we're going to true billing, which is what we've been asking for years. The price per day is now at $42 a day to replace or for reimbursement on a DOC inmate, a level 5 and up. So we will no longer receive that just $120,000 check for housing. We'll be doing true billing, which we've been on now since April. Last year we had 100 and 2025, our reimbursement was 100, I'm gonna say 102,000 for housing. This year we're right now, last month, we're at 48,000, I believe was the number. We're at 41,900 the end of August. So based on what the end of the year looks like, we might be close to that 100,000 again mark, even though the numbers have gone up. But remember, we started that in April or May. We did not get a check in July, so we'll see how this goes. The DOC's already politely giving hints that they're almost out of money again for reimbursement because some sheriffs were behind a good year or so, but we're up to date and they're paying us well right now. So I'll keep you posted if that falls off as well, but that just goes into the general fund, all that money.
On 1174, you know you're gonna burn cash.
True billing.
I thought that was 1175, I misunderstood. Is that what you're saying? Were you just talking about 1174 or 1175 when you talked about true billing? 1174? I thought it was 75, that's what I'm trying to.
No, I was just talking about 1175 because we do receive misdemeanor money. That is a single check that comes in July that actually is assigned to that misdemeanor line. And that money can only be used, it's restricted for in jail.
No, that's okay.
I was
I
talking about,
apologize that I didn't mention on 1174. At 1174, that 10,000, that's more than you bring in a year in that revenue. So you're okay with burning some cash in there? So in 2024, you brought in 4,800, the year before 96, the year before that 64. So if we're spending 10 out of there, we know we're gonna burn cash.
10 is the requested amount.
Correct.
I don't know what you're saying, I'm sorry.
The revenue that comes into 1174 each year.
Is the misdemeanor fund. 1174, okay, yep, I got you.
1174. You asked to budget an amount larger than the amount that comes in.
And is that
You feel
because
like your
that's
cash
the
balance is
goes
okay?
back and forth? So that goes up and down throughout the year based on reimbursement for the medical.
Okay, so that's something that when we get reimbursed, it goes back.
It goes
into
back into that, or I have to come over and ask for that to be moved back in there. I've only done it once or twice,
Right, well, it looks
The
like
need.
you stand to do it a little bit more.
right? You really want me to? Yeah.
But I mean, so here, see,
So yeah, only at the time of need. without going back through the notes as to why we set it at 10,000, I think it's because we don't know, again, the medical needs of the inmate, and sometimes that goes up and down. Yeah. Yep.
Big number there.
Now, 1222.
Right now. So we have a decrease in office supplies by 2,000.
Yeah, because I think it was moved over to 1235.
So part of that was that whole last year, we dumped it all into 1222, and there
Yeah.
were certain things that couldn't be paid out of 1222, which was my fault, because it was my suggestion. And so we talked about moving part of that back to 1235, so there wouldn't be any issues with paying for the fobs for the doors and the things like that, because it could come out of 1235, but it couldn't come out of 1222, because 1222 is more restricted. Did I say that all correctly?
You bet. You got it.
We may have talked about it 15 times this year.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, there's only 100 and some lines of budget.
We have the same amount of before.
We'll talk about that later.
Notes in tower rental.
Over the back. Thanks for the insurance. Thanks.
Are you ready for 1235? Supplies, forms, etc. Professional services contracts, is the dispatch chairs.
Is it contract on and, because they take so much wear and tear that they rotate them out how often?
Every year, they'll come in and clean them up and do all the repairs. I think it's a 5-year lease, if my mind serves me correctly. We're getting brand new ones next year, this year. But every year they come in and replace the shocks, the arms, the cushion on it. And then we get an all new chair when we start the contract over again. Yeah, they're very good about it.
Whether we go back down to the old number of $5,000 after this 26 year with the new chair.
I'd have to look at the contract. I thought that initial cost covers the years.
That's just what they're.
I think there's more than
Professional
chairs.
service contracts, that's not,
I think what he was asking is, like, that the chairs are going, it's back to like 5,000.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Then we're back to the normal
Yeah.
contract.
So it's not gonna be 17,000.
17's the first year and then thereafter it's going.
No, I'd have to go get the contract before I can start specific. I think there's other things in there. The chairs are the example that are up right now, but there's other services that are in there. I believe.
Not all the chairs.
It's not all.
Our notes just.
No, it's not all of it.
No, that's just a reference. Yeah, I see what you're saying. That's interesting that that's in there. But yeah, the chairs are 97 or 9,800. The rest are services, the professional services and contracts that we still take.
You're 17,000 out there beside.
Yeah, yeah, right. Yeah, that is expensive.
is any of that the new software? Those new contracts for the software? No?
I don't think so, no, yeah.
I was just trying to think of what we talked about that was new in the budget.
Yeah, we went over all of it. I can't remember. I'd have to bring it all.
Is back there, RJ?
What's that?
I said, you can tell me what's back there while they're asking me questions? I have your budget packet.
So the last line item there, 200 software hardware telephone. Went to zero.
So it's up here. It says telephone came from 12 to 35. 50,400, is that it?
It should have been noted on the other. Should have been noted down to 12:35 too.
That's all I mean. I don't know if that's it. That's just, because this says came from 1235.
In last year.
Oh, you're
This
right.
year's budget.
It's out of this year's budget.
Right.
It's,
Help me out on that one.
Which one? Which one?
Your last line item in 1235 is software, hardware, telephone. And it got zeroed this year. Last year you moved in our 25 budget. You moved it out of 1235 into statewide 911.
That was for the upgrade we used last year. So we don't have anything in it this year. We don't need
Oh,
anything.
the
phone-
hours. Yeah,
the phone
that was an
upgrade.
upgrade that we did and completed last year.
The project.
It's a project, yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
it's zero.
There was so much in there last year.
We're gonna lean on 1235 a little bit, so I want to make sure we're right. Okay, anything else in 1235? Good.
2501? Twenty-five fifty-three?
Good. Coming in.
So 2501. We burnt cash last year. We're gonna burn cash again this year. Is that the thought?
The pension fund, yeah, it's always something.
So this one.
Yeah. We're trying to figure out that.
The last number you just called?
Rapid replacement.
53.
Rapid building.
Yeah. Yeah, they were there.
For savings. That's good. It's got benefits for future councils for balance. So 10 years down the road.
Yes, 2553 will be.
Okay. Good, 2553, that's what we're talking about. Second row, 4970. Radio. $81.60 is your cost, right?
Yeah, it's gonna turn.
That is right.
160.
Is the school system radio, the question is the school system radio about the fact that we have an officer in the school, or is that something that we provide no matter what? Out of 4970?
Oh, that's, yeah, no,
Buses.
that's all the school systems that input funds usually once or twice a year into a large account in case they need any type of radio repair. It was done long before all of us, I think, when they developed this radio program. It was an agreement that was by the schools to contribute funds in case they have a need because of the expenses. So whenever they call and say, we have a school bus, doesn't have a radio now, then we will send radio repair out, either put a new radio in or reprogram or whatever. Prairie Heights just called for a couple radios
Totally makes sense.
a month ago. Yeah.
I go through these 50%.
Anybody else on 4970? Oh, and then going back to last year. like this 24 comparison, what we did 24 to 25 for sixes. I like this expensive one. Okay,
Are we on 8160 now?
yes. That is personal. Okay.
Are we on surveyor?
Decrease in vehicle. Maybe I think. Upgraded.
New one.
House there.
Yes.
63 drainage board. Into last year. Okay, 11-12. Lit. General drain improvement, same 5. Okay. 1202. Corner perpetuation.
So 1202, we have a budget request of 93,000, correct? What's your total? I show that we only bring into that account somewhere between 40 and 34. Was it just one? It doesn't go to the next page? Yeah.
It says remove for commissioners. Yeah, that's a 0. Okay. So line 10, 148. Put 0.
Okay, so that's 4,000 off,
That's 9,000.
but that's, no, but the perpetuation fund brings in not even half of that in a year.
That is that requested compensation.
No, I understand that. I'm talking about the total amount coming out of that fund.
They get reimbursed per, so they're doing.
Under this part, out of the 85,000. I understand what that is. I'm talking about the big numbers.
The 85,000,
You're saying that gets reimbursed somewhere?
that's what the 85,000 is. What it costs to hire a surveyor to go out and find those corners.
I totally get that. We have a healthy cash balance there. We're gonna burn like 40 grand in cash.
We have not burnt anything out of that for years and years and years and years. We really need to do the 5% of them every year, and we've not getting the 5% done, just because you have to hire people in, and they're busy doing their own thing, so they tried.
Okay. So that is moving for future years. What's our comfortable space of burning cash down in the fund? Like, do we want?
Down, and they can burn it down to 0, and then just only do whatever they didn't come again. I doubt if that's ever gonna happen, but maybe it will.
In other words, next year is not gonna be $40,000. Again, it's not gonna continue to burn it down at that rate.
I think it'll burn it down at that rate for a few years, correct?
If they can, yeah, if they can find something to do it for us, yeah.
I think we gotta figure out how to do it ourselves. That was a plan initiated years ago, just to get after it. We're so far. It's tied to our goal. Yes.
Then what supports it feeling to, how, is it Texas that you bring in money for to continue on finding corners?
Is that a grant? Is that a state fund submitted for that? It's from the recorder's office. When you pay your recorder fee, a portion of that goes into that perpetuation fund. I just wanted to know what we were talking about. So we're okay with just, and I am totally cool with that, if that is the plan.
We're so far behind that I'm ready to get caught up where we're supposed to be. I mean, in the statute, we're supposed to do 5% a year, and we tried.
Got dropped.
That was one of my Ross big things.
There's less and less surveyors out there to do it.
Mhm.
And then they get busy in good years where you're busy doing your own things. You don't have any leftover time to do these incrementals.
Okay.
I'm
We good?
just trying to give myself a target.
Oh, yeah.
It's very helpful to have this discussion.
Okay.
All right, county corner. Patient 7. Increase in emergency medical. Notes on there's that cremation transport.
We put some money in that line because recently, we've had to transport, people from downstairs to the crematory, if nobody takes bodies. So we had to do a line to help. We don't have to transfer money back and forth. Because it wasn't the commissioner's line where we were taking money from.
It's really not gonna cost us any more than general that we already have to spend. Just putting it in the corners. but just
We
moving.
do try to get that back. We can contact, if the body's in our claim, we can contact the trustees and they can give us a portion, depends on how much they budgeted for it. So we have gotten a little bit of reimbursement. The most recent one that we did, I just got a call from Rodney the other day, and he had a family member call. And he told them that there would be a reimbursement of $2,000. Not sure what we're hearing from them. Don't know. So sometimes we get it back, sometimes we don't, but we try to get at least a portion of it back. If we can find a family member.
Okay.
Sad, unfortunately.
Yeah. Only thing you can touch there, and it's only $500 potentially that vehicle repair because it's a brand new vehicle. But that's it. That's all I see. I've not nickeled and dime you guys this year. Aren't you proud of me? You did it. But that's the only thing I
I
saw.
remember the lengthy $50 discussion. Okay, everybody good? Okay. Assessor's office. Station 8, 11,000. Large decrease in the contract of 30503. Is that getting handled out of something else for you, or? The professional services contract in 30503. Budget number went down to $500.
Oh. I think that one is my appraisals, or it might be my, yeah, I think that's my appraisals. I haven't used an appraisal for several cycles,
Really?
so I've dropped it. When I took office, I think it was at like $75,000, and then each year I've kept dropping it. So I kind of watch that number.
Okay. Any questions there?
But I've moved a lot out of general, and I've moved it over to some of my other reassessment funds and stuff to try and use up some of my balances.
But appeal appraisal is just $300, but your contracts like that. $1,700.
Oh, okay, so the appraisals was still the same. So then that one there is my PETA BOA. Yeah, yeah. I tried to book like 5 or 6 days of PETA BOA hearings, and on average, I've been having 3.
The Peter Lowe consult down 1224, you moved to a new account number. That went down just a little bit, so, yeah. Okay, very good.
And there isn't anything small that's in general that could potentially go into your sales disclosure county share, since you have a little bit of room in your cash. Is there anything? Just a question.
Yeah, my sales disclosure is very limited on what I can use.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. I just don't know those special funds.
You can't use appeal appraisals or professional services there.
For continuing ed, or for the management of the sales disclosures.
I was gonna say, can you go down through there, could you take like a salary out of there for one of the girls that
Which one is?
sales disclosure,
There's,
can't take salaries out of it?
No, and I think my fund is only like at 40 or 50,000 in sales disclosure. So that would drain it real fast if I did that.
like I said, if you bring in close to 12 there, so I thought maybe just something small. Those are my only things this year, did 700. I didn't think it could absorb anything more than
Yeah,
that.
no, sales disclosure is usually pull $2,000 a year. So I bumped that up to this year. I think I'm at, I don't even know, $5,000 or $6,000.
You're at 6 cents.
Okay, so yes, I'm bumping that one, using more of that for travel.
So you're allowed to do travel.
Training.
Good with. 31. Okay.
No, 1224? 1224, I showed we were going to, I apologize, I don't have it right in front of me. I showed that it's one of the ones I listed that we were return cash. So. The budget is, let's make sure my numbers match here and there. Give me 1 second, I apologize. I had it written down, but I didn't write down all the things I should have. So the revenue last year was 304, the year before that was 291, the year before that was 279.
There's revenue increase on expenditures.
It had a cash balance at the end of 2024 of 267, 194. My question just was, A, did we know we were gonna burn it?
That one there's a fluid, that money that comes in during settlement, it's depending on who all pays their taxes during that cycle. So it kind of comes up and down. I always carry a balance of like 200 and some over from the previous year. So my fall settlement usually will carry over. So yeah, it comes in, it goes out. If I project out, I've got, I think, 7 years. But if it continues on the cycle.
On the side.
And continue, yeah. I'm not gonna run out of money per se, but yeah, I do burn a little bit.
I was looking at your,
Other years I make money.
yeah, your cash balance, you were up in 22, you were down in 23, and you come partial the way back up in 2024. So I see that. It's a different thing for me to focus on this year of trying to understand and make sense of the budgets do you have a cash balance there that you would never want it to be below? That would make you,
Since I've been doing it for the last 11 years, I've maintained around the 250, always carrying over for the beginning of the new year. So I'm
you aim for that
pretty comfortable at keeping it there. If it gets below that, I'll probably alert my liaison. But no, it's been fine.
Travel and training and reassessment. See, that's where that. From, we talked about sales.
And I did that in an effort to try to preserve some of that burn.
Costs are down $1,000. Okay, any other questions or assessment?
Now, then the only thing is I brought to your attention that I did get the contract signed for my reassessment cyclical.
I didn't budget enough in there than what I had needed.
You did?
No, I just grabbed a number.
So we got that 262, 350
I
now.
think it's 268. I gave you the exact.
I wrote down the 262, 350, that's the last.
I was gonna say,
I think it was 268 yesterday's.
we just did it.
Just did it yesterday, got signed.
So it went up to two.
Yeah. I would say it's 268 more, but per year.
About another $6,000. Thanks for letting us know there.
We're just doing additional appropriation for that.
Oh, okay. Okay. I gotta get that number here real quick for you. There you go.
You're good. Yep, whenever you get it, George.
Also good.
Okay, moving on to prosecutors. Increase in copy supplies a little bit, which the volume. That's. Tires, gas and oil moved out, got the commissioner's budget into here.
Looking at the commissioner's budget, I understand why they push more things into.
Yeah. Decrease in travel by $1,000. Vehicle repair and maintenance from the commissioner's budget. Using subscriptions. Questions on that? If you good?
Good.
Okay. 40 program.
660.
Exact same amount as last year's budget.
$660.
Good. 2511 pretrial. Some operating supplies. Fund balance on
On 1211, or 2511,
that.
I absolutely do. So that fund balance is actually up, that's at 325 at the end of last year, 325, almost 5.
Okay.
And it brings in roughly 120. So that's a small from where it's at right now. But I hadn't really thought about that till we talked about personnel.
Okay. Good with that one? Meeting 102, victim assistance. Decrease in insurance. Good.
Seven.
The new extension next. Where you're at?
I used to look at the 8897, didn't tell me your equipment.
Oh, did I look?
Yeah. And now I have it.
Thank you. Yeah, that's what we just mentioned, yeah.
That's where you're talking
Yeah.
about insurance, yeah.
Okay.
We're now on 12.
1112. No, we're on, Purdue.
Oh,
1112.
And is that 6,000 that comes back from the fair board, does it go back into 1112 or does it go back into general? So it doesn't go right back into lit? Okay. That was my only question.
The budget twin. Here. Okay, veterans fairs.
wasn't. Checked by him.
Maybe a change coming in July. Office certifications, that state. Our counties to cost share.
Oh, we're very strong.
Yeah. Okay. County council.
Yeah, you're saying.
I just had a question mark. We had a discussion about whether these, a lot of people are having trouble with their services now, whether we're gonna budget in the county council budget. We say something about it being laptops instead of services.
Laptops and services.
All right, so we're good. Any other questions there? Okay.
Oh, geez, oh,
All
geez.
these ones.
I think I was skipping.
68. We want to take a break first?
Yes. Fine.
Okay.
That's a great idea.
Get prepared for this.
All right, Mary.
Okay.
Microphone still on?
We're at 68 commissioners.
Correct.
All right.
There's only 3 of us.
We'll go 68. Your meeting's just up. Alright. Move copy supplies. $317, $320 swap. Insurance. Village insurance.
Insurance is killing us.
Vehicle insurance.
City insurance is killing everybody.
Yeah. $2,000 moved out of 343. All right.
When you guys say vehicle insurance, do you pay every vehicle? Make sure, all of it.
Money to the jury pay for it.
Some of the companies do contribute to the insurance. To help cover the rest of it.
I just thought.
You got a short table up there, guys.
What's that?
We swapped it out.
Sorry.
Well, let's go and have a table.
It fits me. Yeah. I just didn't want to be the rose between two thorns. Jeez.
Oh.
Fire between two rows? I said it first, so.
Little increase there in mental health, first aid.
Attorney fees.
Yep. That's another one. You can see the expend in 2025 in attorney fees is low, but with all the things commissioners budget manages, try to make sure they have sufficient in there for tackling them. It adds up fast if you need them.
So the smart gut's one of those where you put it in 2 spots.
So that smart gov in that line item, if you want to, or you can take it out of there or.
So you just get it more than one spot. It means they gave us the room
Yes.
to either put it into general or to move it into Q.
Oh, fine.
Q is not.
So I'm gonna say,
We can have that discussion.
we haven't had any real discussion about big cuts out of general yet. I would say, make a side note on that one. We hate to hurt you anymore, but if we have to do something to help ourselves,
You're starting your potential list.
potential. Not probable, but can't pull it out. Could come out of, removed from there. Look at it, you got it. Okay. IT fund system, telephone operations, moved to the new account.
Expensive. Are those utilities that we're finally growing into understanding of the courthouse?
Yeah, the first years we had to do our budget half a year for those kind of things, they try to know what's spots. Once they get a full year cycle and they can see what winter costs and summer costs of it.
Yeah, we
on
thought
some-
the 600,000 was gonna be enough for a full year, but it's,
And that still includes the, right, the utility line still includes the old courthouse.
Yes.
Yes.
So on 3,800, certifications, I know offering more for the 26 budget year, is that budget something?
Yeah, there's 3 more already.
Is there?
Oh.
Yeah. Okay.
Are they signed up?
It'll be an annual thing, we're trying to get more and more signed up.
Which one is that?
Potential people to go.
And just have to graduate from that.
Yeah. Yeah, Christine would answer your question on utilities. But trying to leave some margin in there. That was for the best, but. We haven't had a full 12 months of seasonality in the judicial center to. Well, just happened.
Well, the systems have been, dialed, they've not been dialed in yet in that 12 months, so I think once we get everything dialed in for 12 months, that's what it's gonna take.
In your numbers, like, using the numbers from when that rate increase happened, you know, so.
They just passed, was it May or June?
Yeah, or maybe more than that. I'm seeing it already in my stuff where at 15-20% increase. Yeah.
And it's really good. It's really, and
January, you got that.
we don't remember, doesn't remember enough, I don't know.
Okay. Well, before you touch that one based on that rate increase, basically.
And what we do with the weed control is based on our footage, right? Just like anybody else on that lake. I said the weed control on Crooked, is it just average? I mean, is it, do we pay the same amount as anybody else that has frontage on there? We just pay it by our fee? Or do we pay large?
They were collecting. I remember those discussions when I council and continued it through the commission. We were paying it probably more than our fair share. For a long time.
But this is our fair share?
Cut it.
I was just curious.
Yeah. Think about it, yeah. Part of this is we also have, this is campers. Using that in front. So. Plus,
I was just curious if it was, so like on Hamilton and James, we pay by how much, you know, it's a square, it's a calculation. So I was just curious.
they do not.
Associations.
They don't do that.
Their participation rates are best.
It's frustrating.
Association contribution.
Hopefully one nice week.
I was gonna say, it feels like they got it fixed.
Yeah.
Okay, rolling on down. You guys okay there?
Yep.
11, 12. That airport grant match. That's a pretty solid number. It's pretty specific.
Yeah, those are fine now. And their consultant.
Project ready. They talked about the 200 corridor project. Assistance. What am I aquifer? Can you refresh my memory?
Yeah, Ohio, Michigan, Indiana, aquifer. I just attended the last meeting last week here. Basically, they have test wells throughout the northwest corner of Ohio, northeast corner of Indiana, and southern Michigan, that they are wanting to do another round of testing on it to get a good baseline on what our aquifer is, how much water's there, the quality of water, how long it's been there. This test here would give us a baseline, basically. We have 2 wells in Indiana that's what these would be for. Ours is a little less because the DNR controls some of that cost, so we don't have the full cost like Ohio does. This gives us a good baseline for a snapshot in time for whenever they take those tests.
So it's got a testable site contributing for states.
This is just our specific area. Williams County, Ohio, Lewis, Michigan, and DeKalb does have one. I don't know if they're going to participate or not. If they don't want to participate, I think it's rather important to participate.
But it'll give us beneficial data for our county.
It can, yes.
There's huge water issues down south in Indiana, right? And the water issues are becoming
Yeah.
more and more.
And there's still a looming issue in Ohio with a large withdrawal possibility. So that would affect us.
The number you gave us
That's pretty close.
Tuesday, I thought was about half of that. Wasn't it like $2,500 per test per well?
Actually, yes. Yeah.
So we can actually, so that particular line item is gonna actually probably be less than that. To the tune of about.
We budgeted
That,
We budgeted 10, but I believe you
yeah,
said
that
the meeting
would,
is
that
about
would give us
20
one round of test. Half that would, pretty close.
2,600 per test.
So
We had 2 wells.
yeah, if we leave it in, because I think they're talking about doing a seasonality test then. So if you do it here late summer, do one early spring, so you have a comparison. You would need it if we do both of them.
On 30503. That moved somewhere, but there's no note in ours on that part of the consolidation on the
Professional services.
professional services. And you do have some in economic development too.
Those are part.
Or I was thinking,
Blue is the park. Blue is the park. Blue is the park.
I had to look at a couple of other blues, but
Yeah.
Had the color.
By the way, the
color
the color coding is awesome.
I have a question before we turn this.
Yeah.
Your nonprofit assistance, did you add someone? Did you increased it, but I don't see differences in the names other than the
So-
Sheets Family Park came out.
The budget sessions we had more or less included everyone. Good discussion. Everyone, the commissioners collectively felt that they.
So is that, for the YMCA, is that our money that we're putting into the fund at the community foundation
Those
to,
have been fully funded.
those have been fully funded? No offense, I wrote that one down, if we come to it.
Part of this, part of it made up on
I
scholarship.
wrote that too. I wrote it.
Part of the increase on that's a makeup on scholarship.
Scholarship fund with Tri. Now, those are commitments, right, that we committed to, how,
We scaled it back. Instead of having it funded over a 4-year period, we pushed it to 5, 6.
5 year.
Just to.
Okay.
Okay.
Um, 438, yes, for 10-year, or 10% increase per Schneider. Then on the NIPSCO project in August, we were supposed to give a report.
Should be a meeting coming up.
Okay.
That's on my,
Participation's pretty good across the county.
couple communities were able to fund.
Right.
Yes.
Is ready to move into Q?
11:38.
Start the. Overall, Q's budget is slightly up. We talked during our session about building repairs, maintenance.
So 1138 is, its cash balance has went down about 400,000 since I've been in office. Where is our line? Where do we feel comfortable?
I think it's more of an answer question for you.
So when we took on your judicial center, we were gonna be meeting it up. And all the other projects we've had with the jail. We've just been aggressive working with commissioners to fund all these improvements.
Yeah, that's rainy day that took that hit. I mean, rainy day after,
There's been
That was just a root.
That was just a roof. and we hit it with the roads this year too, right? I mean, it's back to about what it was when I came into office, and we took advantage of putting those big amounts in there.
Yeah, you gotta balance it.
That makes me happy that you shook your head.
Process with what we've been doing in camp. There had been some large maintenance items that had been needed and had been patched, we'll say, and instead of just patching them, we're taking care of them. Instead of going out and bonding an amount and doing it all at once, trying to pay for it with cash. So you're right, your other option, if you're concerned about a cash burn on that particular line item, is to do a capital improvement bond. Which you can go up to just shy of $2 million, short-term payback. Minimal impact to the taxpayers, but it is an impact to the taxpayers. But your options there are use as much of your cash as you feel comfortable with, trying to get all these facilities maintained. Or it's for borrowing.
And I think nothing that it's been spent on that has been necessary.
For example, the boilers in this building are inefficient and requiring we just approved $11,000 worth of repairs to them. So we put a $250,000 line in there. About half of it's going to be for tuck pointing at this building. The other half we're hoping to use as an encumbrance into 2027. So have a portion of it that we can pay out of 26 and the balance of it in 27. Therefore, we have enough money then to replace the boilers. So spreading it out over a couple of years as opposed to bonding it all at once. And just have it done. Council wants to have the discussion about putting that list of items together and specifically doing that meeting. And so do you want to use the revenue that we receive in that particular fund and extend it out over time. You might burn some of the cash out of it, sure. But it may lessen the maintenance down the road.
So the first question that I got from all of that is we need to know what our comfortable number is for how low we're allowed. We feel comfortable with keeping cap going.
It had been building evaluated.
Yeah, one panel, which one, like 3.5.
Yeah, I show that we will burn,
We'll burn a million.
we'll burn $1 million. If we did it exactly how you put it.
Our last conversation about this was, it's the time now in public works, or wait till our backs against the wall a little bit. And I think the judicial center needs to be new. And just feeling out some new growth, we pay up the parking lot. Guess we're stress testing it a little bit now, but I don't think we're there yet. I think the commissioners have done really good on laying out a plan for how to get these capital projects paid for
Without having any interest.
without having to pay interest yet.
That makes sense, but if we do
Yes.
if we do what's proposed, we'll have 40% of what it normally brings it, that's all that's gonna be left is a cash balance in there. So less than that. Is that,
There is a cut that we're gonna take out here. I believe if I'm right, under the vehicles, we talked about the surveyor and county park both being in there. But last discussion, aren't you giving a hand-me-down to the county park? So we only have to leave 59,000 in here.
The county parks actually begin this year.
Yeah, so we only have to leave 59,000 in that, correct?
Vehicles,
Yeah.
so we still have 4 sheriff's costs.
Well, no, that's sheriff. This is just in the
Yeah.
443. The surveyor and the county park.
43, yeah, you can use that.
Yeah. I think, I looked at the surveyor and this is not to exceed 59,000.
Yeah, we can have
I apologize. So we're okay with leave 59,000?
so we're gonna go from 130 to 59?
To 60.
Oh, to 60.
Well, okay.
Well,
Not to
it's
exceed 59,000.
Oh,
Yes, that would.
So what do you want me to put?
Food cab and voucher. He doesn't need a 2,500, he needs a 50.
Right there.
See, I was.
Not to exceed 59,000.
Because he should come in.
9,000 here.
So we made a cut.
Yeah, we made a cut. Not in general, but
He was 003.
Yeah.
He went down to what?
59,000.
No, that's not good, but 60?
Well, the estimate here, the surveyor says not to exceed $59,000.
We got the cash.
Oh,
On that day, yes.
on that day. Okay, so leave it 60. All right, my bad.
I think I agree.
They said he increased it on the basis.
Vehicles.
Okay. Leave it 60. It's just the information I had on the day I got it.
It should come under that.
And the reason I have 540 right beside vehicles for EMS is because we're encumbering money from this year to go with money for next year. And that would pay for, if by some precious miracle, we got both ambulances and the remount next year. No, one shook yes, one shook no.
It's possible. Yeah, it's possible.
It's possible. So Mike, is that amount, but that amount covers one and one remount, not two and one remount.
Covers. Cover one.
One remount, one new. So we had a surprise and our other ambulance came.
Well, that's, so 390 is what we're asking for. We'll have to carry it, right? Yeah.
Right, so it's 540 total is what I wrote down, but 540, will that pay for two and a remount? No, it'll just pay for one and a remount,
But then you're gonna have 7.
or one.
Is it possible they could land at the end of next year? Yeah, highly likely.
I work in the world of worst case scenarios, so that's why I wanted
Worst
to
case
know what worst
scenario.
case scenario was.
We're gonna have an additional request that's saying it came. But then, in 27. Unless we get a remount.
think we need to, I think
We should be in pretty good shape, because that would give us,
you,
it'd give us two brand new, one green.
that's, yeah, we just give your
It would give us two that are about 3 or 4 years old and stuff.
You know, Jeff budget report shows not $1 million, $700,000. We just recaptured the money on vehicles too, reducing 60 less.
70 less.
Here's 60 less, 630,000.
I have those sheets when we get ready for the. Kelly was so nice because
And
What is it?
when we talk about
these ahead of time, I have lots of them.
Peter's made a statement on big cap as well, so wrap back up through there. We'll
Again, we can adjust cap down, we're just going to not be as aggressive.
That's why we started some of these projects already, and then, you know, if you start cutting back on those projects that we started, are we actually saving
vehicles
money?
did we do last year, Sheriff?
How many vehicles for me?
Last year, yeah.
We had 3 vehicles and we had, opioid money purchased. So we did 4 vehicles last year.
Yep.
We used 1 with opioid funding, but 3 new vehicles.
And 4 is your normal rotation.
4 is, yes. What we like to see is 4. Yeah.
We also try to take what he has left, if there's still salvageable value, then into usable places within the county. So that we're not buying more.
There isn't more.
Okay, anybody else got any human? Did you know our full bigger one?
Hey. I'm trying, dude, I'm trying.
All right, you guys ready to move on to plan? We had a big discussion about the 3,000 plan. Rolling in smart gov. So those balances all stay as proposed for right now. I had to go with it.
I think with the code enforcement was. Enforcement.
Is there,
Used to make people.
so they were trying to up it some, to try to
Collect more.
get a little bit clean up.
It costs more to do the things that,
The 40010. Move, change to 0 because it's been.
Yeah, this one, down here.
Yes, and, I'm sorry, and 30503.
Those both days.
We need to be doing some cotton.
Are we, am I the only one feeling this?
Oh, no, I was just waiting to get through. I would prefer to talk about each fund.
So, yeah, I'm looking at that ordinance enforcement and thinking, maybe we have to bump it that much.
That ordinance enforcement could be $250,000 and not be enough.
I agree.
But it's been kind of working on 0 for a while.
Yeah, I mean,
And when they do that, don't they put a lien against the homeowner?
they can't,
That when we ever recoup that.
Correct.
That's the issue.
but I mean, you know, it's probably gone up quadrupled in the last, you know, like if you want to tear down a building or something like, you know, the cost is quadrupled probably since I was doing enforcement. But, you know,
7 years ago.
They said they can't even find people to mow, even just the mowing part. They
Yeah,
can't
yeah,
find
exactly.
licensed people that are willing because machines take such a beating going
Yeah.
into those types of yards and areas.
So, I mean, like Dan said, yeah, you consequences, you don't got a number or anything you want, and we can definitely find a spot for it. But
And this was kind of that board's idea of doing this instead of asking for an employee since we weren't,
Well, you could discuss the issue. If we're gonna fund this, we still have an issue with personnel.
yeah, I mean, I think they're still short, maybe had a part-time employee at least, but I think there's ways they can get creative with it, whether it's someone can try and put this on or something like that.
Affordable intern job.
Well, you have that person do setbacks and more surveying type stuff for setback enforcement on construction. That would probably fit into their line of education, and then the other person could actually concentrate on.
Door knocking.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, a lot of it's sending letters and notices and all that, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, depends on how they want to do it. I like to talk to people personally, but
it's not a fun job.
it's not.
To your point. we-
And ordinance enforcement, can we leave 20,000, take 5 out of it?
So their big thing was they were gonna try to clean up 2 properties this year instead of 1, was the hope.
I mean, I don't
Trying to find stuff later.
that I think took 7 years. From start time to wherever we actually.
So,
'Cause it's-
to your point, if you're going from 2 to 3. Take 6, 7,000, 8,000 out of that, and see what they can do with that.
I'd say taking 5,000 and leaving 20.
You are 32, so in front.
Is the main focus there because that's general? Ruth, is your main focus there?
Yeah.
That's general?
Yeah.
Cut 5. Okay, anything else with land?
Out of 1207, since they haven't used any of that unsafe, could you just not encumber it and use it next year? Instead of having another time? I mean, that's a fun.
That's, the unsafe, I think, is where the people care about. Have the money in there, that's when they can.
That's when they do it. I was just like, they didn't
That's
use
the way
it, but it's because that's what they use it for.
Okay. We good? Maintenance? Lots of things. Combination on accounts there. Numbers budget quite a bit higher. Count numbers that were combined into it.
And this is all general. So none of this is what we talked about with our maintenance stuff that we just talked about in QCAP. So that's separate from all of this.
This is, mostly.
This isn't the bigger, it's a top point, you know, but it's a big increase. From the numbers, from the account numbers it was combined with.
That's like 60,000 bucks.
Yeah, it should. One of the line items
I think what happens at 26,250,
Yeah, we use it both.
just aren't showing up on your report anymore. But they had plenty of them. I made a note on the first two numbers there. Is it 86,050? I think those are old numbers that they've eliminated that had amounts in them that rolled into this.
And we located all of it at 24,250, I thought. That's what I had written down from when we talked about it. Yeah, that was the amount. We took those amounts and we figured out all of it except for 24,000.
So the total from last year, that 369,000 is really not right. Okay. Alright.
I have not had budgets look the same from year to year since I've been elected. I like the improvement, but it makes it hard. Mm-hmm.
Still like to cut something somewhere.
Well, there's an increase of 24,250.
In the repairs and maintenance,
Yeah.
so you're saying maybe 85,000 to something less than that?
There's nothing to compare it to, I don't know.
Right.
What do you think, Andy?
What's that? What?
Line 33900, building repairs and maintenance. You're the building guy.
Well, that number should have just been whatever those combined accounts were. I don't think we did not set any increase in those. That should just be whatever those accounts combined to.
It's hard because we can't see an expended amount. You know what I mean? Like
Right.
where
We
we're at.
didn't have any.
Just for a reference point, on page 21, commissioners budget, if I line item 33900, we budgeted for $60,000 for this year at least. And as of the report, I'm looking at it's about 13,000 left.
You didn't just set that in. So this would have been the question. I haven't had the
339.
Zeroed it out. Our budget, our. At 60,000.
Well, the other ones are the ones that are still in under the maintenance department. Well, they're 2,500.
Oh, yeah. That's 60,000 plus all the maintenance.
I don't know if I'm comfortable bumping much out of that. Having said that, did you get what they just said?
Oh, sorry.
60,000 came from the commissioner's budget. 3,900. Zero it out. And most of that has been expended this year.
We're still. What we have remaining, I think.
They don't think there's any give it that at 85,000 at all?
You can, again, you can always lower it. If things break, we'll come back and tell you if things broke, and we had to fix it.
Just to do it.
Yeah.
Which one's? So in the 85,000, that 3, so that's what it was, and then you combine those other ones to it. It just doesn't
So
say,
it's-
I found it last year, the 33900, the 60,000.
Right, so
But
I
I
asked
have
that
that
over
over
earlier, the first go around it, because I'm glad they took page over on my notes. And you're right, they tried to get all of the maintenance over into the maintenance line. This is where originally they said that we went through and cut what the commissioners told us to cut, but you can't see what the original proposal was. So they might have had 90,000 in total of all those combined, but the commissioners landed on 85,000. So you're not gonna be able to probably find those numbers and get them to add together.
But what
Does that
I'm
make sense?
saying is that account number saying that it was combined here. Oh, it's because that's the number? I apologize. I was just trying to find the other accounts from last year. Since I still had mine from last year, look at.
And nothing.
5,000 to get to
Oh,
that.
I found the one, but that's what you put everything into. I would have to go and find.
She said, it's
The
in the
rest of them.
notes here. We were expecting the number 33.
I don't remember, kind of read, but I don't remember.
Part of this.
Increase.
Yeah. If you did what last, it was 2025 approved.
Right.
Of everything that we consolidated.
That
Not spending cleaner, not margin, not taking.
And
Building
if we have
building.
so much money leading up to that, that it just makes me wonder, maybe
I think
Well,
I
we
would just like that.
Right,
Yeah.
Yeah, we got a bill for it, but we got to pay that. Right, yeah.
Put that one in the back of your head, Ruth.
we'll leave 85,000.
Okay, all right.
Dang it.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Very clear.
Get up there at all.
It's not now.
Yeah, I think one.
Yeah, it's cold if you're not yesterday.
It's cold in town, yeah.
That's right.
When I walked in this morning, it was hot.
That's what we sat through all day yesterday,
Is it?
which was okay.
So in Superior Court, one, we got medical services we talked about before with the translator and public counsel. Translator line moved down, increased. Get to personnel. Make a note. I asked Judge Fee about now is the time to hire a full-time translator.
Translator, I mean, when you outsource it, you have someone that can speak this language or this language or this one or this one. How many languages out there are there? Where if you hire a person, they're only going to be fluent in 10.
Yeah, maybe one or two, but that's a lot.
Yeah, so I think that we can't. This is just my thought. Well, and then we had to pay that extra money last year for that language I never even heard of.
Okay, so, they bumped down the attorney fees a little bit, bumped the travel a little bit, bumped up repairs and maintenance. Equipment, isn't all that new?
You had asked that, and they said that they did transfer some of their old equipment over there, I think. I
Yeah,
remember
yes.
hearing that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not that I'm against cutting it at all, don't mean, please don't confuse that.
Well, if you just, looking at the expend, I think you could take that back,
Leave 7,000? Yeah,
say leave 5.
Back to 5.
okay,
Right now.
fine with leaving 5.
Stuff. You need to cut the line item. You can cut it, if stuff breaks.
Where are we, let's see.
Oh, I'm sitting here recording.
You're so back. I skipped Superior. It's okay. That's my own fault. No, it's me. I flipped too far. I was like, that's not what I'm showing.
Make sure you just go ahead.
Yeah, they spent 100%.
Just playing a game. Say we're just playing a game.
No, it's just an option to get to where you need to be.
Well, yeah, it's kind of fingers crossed and don't know how long some of this stuff don't last.
In there.
Yeah. That, see what happens.
Are you still talking equipment repair?
Yeah.
Leave it at 5 or leave it at 8?
Leave it at 5.
Okay. Got it.
And pauper council can't be the many contracts in the public defender, right, Aaron?
You're looking at 1,200? Is that what you're looking at? Or you're
That's
looking
the
at the
Superior
general?
Court
So
one, the 30023.
that could be a potential. So when you get to circuit court, that's where the heavy hitter is. You got the $40,000 amount, I think. But that is a potential that it could be moved from Superior to public defender, but it's still all in the general fund.
But it isn't in those many contracts that are already included in the budget.
It is not.
Okay, that was fine.
So it's just extra.
Okay. It doesn't go away, it just moves. So that's isn't what I was looking for. So thank you. Yep.
Are we done with Superior Court?
Fine.
Wait, I have one question. Oh, that's supplemental. Never mind, it's not general.
Okay, move to supplemental.
But they have their attorney's fees at 10,000 and they only $82. The very last one. That was just what jumped out of the page at me.
1,200, 1,200.
That attorney fees line, is that what you're talking about, supplemental public defender? That's actually for discovery and court reporter. That needs to be renamed. It's not for attorney fees. It's actually for when they do depositions.
Which line?
It is a 30600.
What would you call it?
You
Discovery.
do it discovery/court reporter. That's what it was always called before in the days.
Discovery/court reporter.
Yeah.
Circuit magistrate are all the same, but Superior Court's almost doubling its juror fees.
Down in jury pay would be 2539.
Yeah.
I mean, they had the big one this year, right? And they're still haven't used all,
Used 10-8.
and there's still time left, but.
Now you're on 2539.
Okay.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Jump.
You have to holler out the numbers, that'll help me out.
Unless there's something in the
And
plan
that's
that's
part of
assessed
that,
as part
but
of it.
that's part of that, that doesn't
Fee
help us.
assessed.
It's a fee assessed, as long as it's not burning. Let's go. I think I asked him. It will burn cash. We burnt cash in there. We're only, cash balance at the end of 2024 was only 14,528. And it only revenue receives 23.5 a year with that 35. It will burn.
Like I said, if they have cases, you got to pay it either way. Right, no choice, but.
The only thing about having it there, and this is just my opinion, is that if it, comes down to a time, well, I'm asking for a transfer, not an additional appropriation. Was it, if we don't remember, hey, that account was gonna burn, I don't know. What do you think? Wonder what up with that.
So are we done on 2539?
I'm moving to circuit.
Okay. It is.
Increase in translator fees, bless you. Alright, gotcha, supplies. We get the big corporate council. Increase credit fees, they said was needed.
Why they haven't used it?
Did they just
Is it me?
bill once a year or?
No, so guardian ad litem is somebody who is appointed by the court, but isn't that what CASA does too? You did not answer, you just moved your eyebrows.
I don't know, I don't really do with guardian item, that stuff.
No, you wouldn't deal with it. I just meant when
Yeah,
you,
so halfway
when you use, Linda never dabbled in anything that needed that. I mean, we do, but ours are always, we appoint attorneys.
So yes, when you look at it, halfway through the year, they haven't spent anything out of there. Why are they doubling what they need?
I just made a note, he said it was needed because of
Okay.
the map.
Those have always been, those have always been.
No, 35,100,
Same with their equipment repair.
he said replacing monitors on the bench.
So that's what I've always been, I don't know, we don't deal with them.
Well, just
Continuing that,
changing the judges.
they found $2,000
Only.
and they only 700, 1,500 put through. Ruth, you might be able to grab 500, 1,000 there.
Yeah, I'm saying. Let's grab 1,000.
Where?
Continuing that.
300.
So leave 2,500. Is there anybody opposed to that?
I didn't make a note of why they increased it so much, so they
I remember them saying that they wanted to, state.
certified.
Yeah,
all that,
yeah. I don't want to completely handcuff them, but I understand loosely is okay.
Which it is, yeah, 38,
So leave 2,500, is that okay?
Yeah.
All right.
why is the, I think I've already said it, they had something big to replace under the equipment repair needs. Why is it coming out of repair and maintenance and not out of the?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you can.
38.
38, 3.
Take it down to 25.
Yeah.
It's pretty simple equation.
Okay.
Did you say it was a simple equation? Could you just say it was a simple equation?
No, I'm talking about repairs.
Oh.
Good movement in supplemental public defender.
We only have one line up there. Right?
We can wait for you.
As I said, I just try to make sure that I understand my notes when I go back, because
Yep.
sometimes maybe I halfway through it and it's gone.
Yeah, just bump me. Sure. Jury pay user fee 25.39. First big increase. Two places. Okay,
Wait, if it's that much out of the other one, what's the total? Out of 12, 25, 39. If it comes out of two places, I'm sorry. If one was going to, one was gonna be a burn, and if you did double, we're gonna have to do something, right? Oh, no, it's the same amount. Is it just show up?
it's the same, it's the same,
It shows up.
same fund, it's just showing up for both words.
Yeah.
Okay, probation. That's new. Issues were. Everything's a twin otherwise. 2517.
Twenty-five seventeen.
Drug testing. But if you look
Here.
at, look at the expend, facing pretty well off last year.
And that went back up with rates. We have slowed it down the last 2 years and the cash kind of built in there.
2521. 9183. These are contracts for mental health. Okay. Yep. ED office. We talked quite a bit about that one there. I think we'll dive into more of that later. So, pretty much know what we know there now. It's a $233,000 increase. Last year's budget. But we have reimbursement obviously. Okay. Supplement under.
I feel like I'm beating a dead horse. It's another one we're gonna burn cash in.
There's a $10,000 for spare record. Okay. EMS. Is you heard that?
Yeah.
Professional services contract,
Yeah.
and what that increases.
Well, $15,000 increase in contracts there. Is that the striker?
That was is that the monitor contract? Is that what that is, Well?
Monitor 136 or under. Which line?
Oh, EMS chip.
EMS check.
3503. Yeah.
35 what?
3503.
Is it 30503?
Yes.
305. Okay.
305.
Yeah.
15% increase to match the increased revenue from billing and service fees and so.
I was gonna say that for the collection fees.
Not collection fees, billing fees.
Excuse me.
Because if you don't pay any collection fees. Okay. Billing and service fees associated.
More runs they have. higher than those.
Pace yourself. Okay.
and we moved the administrator into general, did that come? Because here, it's 0 beforehand, and it just says J Curry in the note, but it's 0 beforehand. So did it come from 1234 or 1236? Where did it come from? Why wasn't it there before?
The EMS administrator. We created that line.
Yeah.
It wasn't there
It
before.
It would have had different.
It was director. It was director. It was just named director, yeah, okay, but it was in general before.
Yes.
That was my question. Okay, sorry. When it doesn't show me history, then it's like that little,
Yes.
hey,
I
this is new here.
So 1170. Big increase in professional services. Yeah. Even like the gas and oils, they're a big bill at the end of the year. I know they dropped 5K, but we've only spent 26,000, it says.
Didn't they, we're paying that.
It's just that they're fueling up out of
Yeah.
county.
That should just be a monthly fee that we're, I don't know, since this is our first year doing that, so that number might not be, we don't have a real full on that number yet.
22,300 on the gas and oil. Like-
7% decrease in fund due to county owned fuel vehicle and vehicle being within the two county.
They budgeted 70 this year, we're at 26,000.
It didn't start
I
at the
know
beginning of the year.
70 to 65.
It took us a few months to get it going. So you're not gonna see a true.
Fuel. There's also gonna be an increase in fuel consumption with the food truck.
On 1170, what is on the budget estimate financial sheet? You have that 1.7. Last year, we made 1.8, and Peter's projected 2. So DLGF is projecting that we're gonna go backwards?
I'm sorry, I don't know what you're on.
No, so this
Oh, yeah.
this financial one
Yep.
that you gave us, the total revenues, you have the 1.7 is what's written on the, what went to the DLGF,
They
right?
haven't seen those. They don't know what those numbers are.
Okay. But we received last year 1.8. And Peters had projected over 2 this year because of everything that we've done to invest in that program. So my question is, because it shows we're gonna be short. But if you went from last year's revenue or you went from what Peters is projecting,
The DLGF is low.
the DLGF is low. That's my question. We didn't go backwards. We're not collecting less money, right?
No.
So we may not actually have a cash burn happening there. But that for once was in the right way you want me to talk about things.
25 should be 24 should have been a good collection year. And it was. 25 should be a good
Hey, Christina, in the top left,
start.
where it says fund line, what's the DLGF number?
The DLGF has this as 9501, right? That's 1170, right?
Yep.
Okay, I spent a long time matching.
Hey, I got a paper. Oh, God, I just haven't changed.
Well,
all mine.
luckily Peter uses those numbers and we had matched Peter's numbers to our numbers last year. So mine is even if we went somewhere between what was received in 2024 and the projections that Peters gives us for 2026, I don't think we're gonna have a cash burn of 1170. Do you agree with that?
Okay. 1236, the only thing in there we're talking about right now is professional services. Stay the same. Good. It's in there.
Okay.
Do that.
Because we're not talking about personnel.
Just gonna throw something out there. Every time I gas up my vehicle in Steuben County, I always check to see the sticker. Check the dates on it.
That's
Check the dates on it.
Very.
It's supposed to hit everyone once a year. Am I correct in that statement?
I think it was every year. I think I've been asking for that.
Yeah.
It was. Yeah, I think yes. Again, I could be wrong, but I do remember them asking me to do. Yeah. What on that?
Does he turn into you what he gets done and
It's an annual report.
Okay. I'm not trying to be super critical, but I always check when I'm guessing.
Yeah. I mean, you know, he's out, lives around by me, so he's working. So.
Think of all the devices that he has to do.
Nice.
Every weight in every grocery store and convenience
Anything that
store.
measures anything.
Yeah.
I think he's one of the few that are part-time.
Pharmacies, he's in pharmacies too.
Most of them are full-time anyway. Every gas pump in this county,
Yeah. Grocery store.
every grocery store, and every device in each grocery store.
Yeah.
Scales.
How many skills are there in Meyer?
Meyer just added how many scales?
Yeah.
Every checkout.
Because they want you to self-check yourself out.
I know there's a lot there.
I mean, that would be the question is for you guys is that if you don't really, the hours he's working is enough, what's the appropriate?
And I'm not saying
It's a part
always
time.
the hours he's working, but the efficiency in the hours or, I just, it can be a multitude of things.
There's a process that he has to do each and every time. So,
Yeah.
Ready for EMA? Good. Ellie?
Hey, sir.
How you doing?
I'm well, how are you?
The overall budget amount. I see that.
Number 12, switch of accounts. Plans, and budget. $70. That rate where we have the anticipated.
That's out of general.
The
1170.
Yeah.
So that's probably the same thing.
Page 37.
This is only to alert county employees at this point, correct? At this dollar amount?
Correct. At this point, it's just for the county employees.
I'd say that all just comes down to whether or not we have to alleviate from general somewhere and put in to 1170. That would be the only time that I would have that conversation right now.
Right.
We were just talking about 1170 on an island. I think it's great. I think
That's
that
just kind of on my radar. Not that I don't appreciate when our employees do feel it. I'm not saying that.
no,
but
I agree.
In that contract, right?
No,
Oh, yeah.
no, we've not entered into anything. I keep getting contacts from not just Motorola and Ray, but other agencies that we have checked into. Keep asking, and I keep telling them we have to wait until October to see what the budget's approved and whether or not it's going to. So this is an annual thing for us that they just kind of are in a holding pattern. So Ray and Motorola are aware that it's contingent upon being approved through the budget.
Okay, anything else, sir? Soil and water? No. It is for vehicles. To the local cop. It's not a lot of very old. We're trying to find, we're trying to find dollars.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they're working on that, right? Yeah, they're working
We
on
might
that.
have some cars come in.
Yeah.
Have the first thing.
Trash.
That's the trash.
All right, our magistrate. Yeah. There, big movement translator. Awesome. This must be a really good equipment, a big decrease in equipment. The cost went up so much. Magistrate court did not. Other courts, they move all of the issues just into one court.
You want me to address that? I can kind of address that. Last year CASA had a huge shortfall. Every county has to have a CASA department. We have a regional one. So if we don't basically come up with a shortfall, then we would have to have our own CASA department, which would mean employees, insurance. So that's why everybody's went up, even the user fee one.
Thank you. Okay, 2539.
We looked at that one, the exact same,
Yep.
everybody's. Because that's where I got, so that one's. The other, geez, I'll beat.
We might do a little tag on those headers. Shared with. I don't know how you want to title that, but also find.
That's why I like that.
Yeah.
But we could do,
Yeah.
This is way better.
you like it by department.
Yeah.
It depends on what you're doing, yeah.
It does. I like having both.
You'll probably, honestly, you'll probably get
I
it.
like fun. I like fun.
Aviation.
Okay, so aviation. 1107. I'm wondering, it is a rather larger cash burn if I remember it correctly. Give me 1 second. I bring it in here. I just need my own gas. Could I bring my own 6-foot table next time? I was just surprised.
Can bring it home.
I can? Be careful what you give me permission to do.
Because if you move, I will.
My husband will be so happy to come early.
So Christina, where are you moving to?
I'll just look at you guys right there. I'm sorry, okay. It only, last year it brought in 134. The year before that, it only brought in 82. And the year before that, it brought in 154. We only have a cash balance of 178. And we're putting 167 out of it. So we're gonna burn around 30 some grand. Are we good with that? Is that what you showed too, Ann?
Budget amount is just a few dollars over last year's budget. You think aviation fuel receding is part of that? Or is that landing somewhere?
Or their leases, where do their leases get paid to?
It's going to 1107.
So the revenue it shows there is their actual revenue.
Yes.
Commissioners, do you know, the fuel receiving, does that go into general or is it? It's paid for as general, doesn't it?
It's received.
Check.
Because they give us a check each year.
Yeah. We only get it like once, maybe
Once or
twice
twice
a year is all.
And it's usually, what is it, $20,000?
We did get one earlier this year, I thought. When they came in earlier in the year,
They
they-
usually percentage more.
yeah. I mean, they didn't
Aviation's fund is funded by more than just property tax, right?
Yeah,
It's part of the mix
I was
of
gonna
tax.
say- Well, and what they've expended over the last year has never even been close to that.
Yeah, but it seems like they're not spending even close to their,
They stay with this.
yeah, their budget.
No, way under their budget. So, but we pay,
Traffic, I know we're on.
Their biggest increase was attorney fees.
mine is, they're not using.
You can skip over.
That's what I mean, bring that up.
I just get my question is if they're generally over budgeting by so much, could maybe part of Aaron's come out of there? Instead of, because he's in your budget, is he in general or is he in Cume Cap? Oh, and lit, sorry.
Okay, so what I was remembering, the check, because I knew they handed me one, it was at the end of 24. And they gave us 40,000.
Oh, that goes into general, but doesn't go into.
It goes into 1107.
Oh, goes into 1107. 1107.
1107.
Yeah. So it goes into their actual fund.
So they collected, and then we turn around and put it right back in there. That's where it's always run.
The general's buying fuel.
If they're always this good off
The original fill, when we first put the new tank in, we paid for
Original, yeah.
commissioner's budget.
Read question down
I
there.
don't remember which line, I was, gosh, how long ago was that? I think it was on council
Yeah. Did that.
because it was about 40. Wasn't it out a rainy day?
I think getting a new tank set was on a rainy day, but I don't know.
I think the original fuel purchase came out of rainy.
Yeah.
I think so. Because it was about 40 grand or something like that.
Okay.
We want to cut it back so it doesn't look like it. We want to talk about potentially moving Aaron in there because of the cash balance. But
Doesn't the state usually adjust that?
He's in lit, the 1107?
I don't think
We don't-
person in on that stuff.
oh, we can. I don't know what
Could
the
that
rules are.
40 that they've give us go just
You
into general? That
I'm
they've
not-
got room in theirs and
From the state.
don't need it to hit their
Well,
budget?
they're refilling their own fuel.
Yeah. They take that and then fill the tanks.
They make some money on it.
What are they selling? Just, they've increased sales quite a bit now with the fuel truck and able to fill some of the jets on the tarmac. It's taxi up to the runway or to the fuel miles. So you'll see some increase in that as the year goes well.
Unless they spend all of their money, then they burn 30 grand.
The only thing I've ever seen.
Worst case.
First, we've ever seen. Yeah,
So I would be interested to know, but I think it might be I think it is in our Peter's fiscal plan. The revenue sources for work aviation.
I don't know what it is.
Okay. Okay, on 11/12.
Highway?
Highway account, are we on first?
Greenbridge. Stuff in my book, but I don't know, Dan, what do you want?
We have 11:35.
New Bridges first.
Because we've been burning cash.
That was those bridge projects. Right?
Yeah, I think we got really good notes in our letter. So unless you all made any side notes during those discussions or readings. The proposed equipment plan. Stuff too, so we're that with everything. Gave us our anticipated cash balance and cash balance burns. So I just bounce around and finds an MVH restricted. Each, but if you guys have any stop me.
Mine goes back to the whole. You know, you actually see all the numbers you see on here, right? For your, for 1135. It was quite a bit more than what Peter projected, which would have made that a cash burn not a positive.
Yeah. And, you know, again, when we'll do a little review of our Peter's fiscal plan here. And do all this, but directly talks about cash burn issues and highway.
Yeah, so that's why I was,
And he did last year too.
I think he's talked about it every year since I've been here.
Christina, to help you out a little bit on your sheets that you're looking at. Set up 0702 highway, ZBH includes restricted age.
I did know that.
Okay.
I did notice that. I was looking at Cambridge.
Okay.
I was worried about
Much more fair.
Okay, so right now, and we can go backwards if I missed something, but page 43. So on travel, 31,200.
What account number are you on?
1176.
76.
Yeah, 43. And the 33,900, I think, changing that budget number was because of projects accomplished out there.
That's a big change.
Yeah. I don't know if it's gonna help them at all or do anything benefit if we adjust that travel. But
What are you feeling?
well, I'm wondering if he had the new structure and everything, if there was some extra conference travel and stuff he was anticipating and training positions.
We have been asking to have an answer for each one.
Yeah, be fine.
I can tag it.
So it's not general, we can talk about that right now.
I mean, it's not, it doesn't affect anybody else. It only affects him.
Okay. Page 44. Lots of swings in the numbers there.
You're at account 1135 now.
What are we going to go ahead
Five,
with? Page 0531.
533.
531.
Something on road signs? We know. But that one's going every year.
He's hardly expended it this year, but I know 2 years ago or 3 years ago, he started on that whole reflectivity change out project. Maybe that got put by the wayside and he's trying to kick that back up, or?
I mean, 2 years ago, we spent 23.7.
The state said that it had to meet certain criteria and then the state lessened that. I can't remember what year that happened.
Commissioners, are you good with that salt number?
Yeah. Yeah,
Getting all those speed ratio
I think
things adjusted?
I think that's,
Yeah.
Correct.
yeah. That's an engineering number, so I think we gotta trust that.
Okay. 0533. Decreases there. Took a lot out of 30055 of repair and maintenance in that.
I see a zero.
That I think is just trying to budget to a cash burn number, you know. Reduce, he talked about having to reduce some projects, but. Okay. Oh. Yeah, right. Yeah. So the 200s, 300s. Registration fees out. Vehicle insurance, I think that, a little bit of that. Increase in professional services and contracts. Enforcement. Fees and subscriptions. Non-personnel. $1161.
Wait a second, back in 1159.
Sure.
The Board of Health. Is that a raise at $50 a meeting, or is that what it currently is this year?
That's what it's always been. I said we had to match the Board of Engagement. The additional sum is for one emergency meeting, and we did this year already use that, so we just leave it in there as a Hail Mary.
Thank you.
Professional services. Travel. So, down.
Those are the ones you saw move back into London.
Yeah.
The saving us to save. Gave us room.
Subscriptions up. Page 47. Nothing's down, nothing's zero. A lot of them are on here.
Was much more comfortable the other way. I'm just saying, I enjoy going the other way a lot more.
Yeah, I agree.
Page 48. You guys ready? Legacy fund, 1168. 1206, 376.
So there's an update to 1206.
Okay.
30043,
Okay.
that can be reduced down to 10,000.
1,000.
Yeah. Because we were told that we can keep some additional grant funds, and that was what I came to appropriate going forward into 2026, and we budgeted for 18 months. So that can.
What line is that?
Uh,
And leave what?
10,000.
Got it.
I know I asked you this in an email, and I'm sorry, I feel like a head cold moved into my head this morning. Which one of your funds down here at the end, which ones are the ones that will run out?
1168, 1206, and 7376.
Okay, I had them marked, I just wanted to make sure.
And all we need is 10,000 for that.
In 30043. Correct.
And they'll be gone in 2 years.
Depending on the burn rate. Whatever cash balance is in there is what I'm currently using up. That was my contingency plan.
Okay. We're good?
Yep.
Corrections?
Now we're going to 1206.
Yeah, well, we just talked about 1206. 30043. Keep 10,000.
That is 11.
That was in 1206.
Oh, I did 1168, excuse me.
We're in 1168. 3,500. 3,500.
Yes. Oh, hold on. Let me review the justification on that.
At 30,500.
Maybe circle back around to that and I'll find it for you and I'll relay it back.
Else? So you're running telephone in a lot of these different legacy funds,
Yes,
quite a lot of money in telephone overall.
correct. Currently, because of patient interaction and the complaint basis that we work on, all of our environmental health specialists, including me, and then our 2 nurses have cell phones. And that is because we have complainants or we have patients contacting us. We do reminder recalls a lot of times with our cell phones because they're responsive compared to cell phones, because when we still have sometimes, we still show up as the sheriff's department and nobody answers the phone.
I'm sorry.
I do.
I do too.
We're usually talking about that stuff.
But we also are supporting one cradle point for our temperature monitoring system, and then we also have 5 MiFis. So we can work remotely when we're doing vaccine clinics and we're accessing areas that don't have good reception. And that burden is going to go up because we're gonna have to start doing electronic reporting when it comes to doing food inspections and other stuff. So I don't see that going down anytime soon.
Okay. Page 49.
Instead of putting these as certain ones. They lumped them all together.
Yeah.
Now, lots of these are, some of these overlap with who we give to out of the commissioner's budget. Is that because these are restricted to very certain things? Like Turning Point, TLC, Trine.
I don't know how he determines who gets what.
When I was on I'm on drug free, sometimes these different different entities request it. And if they request the money, then they do have them come in and do a presentation, and then they're scored and or awarded.
With Brett or with the commissioners, are you talking about?
With Brett at drug free.
So in the future, you're going to blunt on this. Is this? We can see that allocation, or is it just going to be one line?
It looks like it's just gonna be one line, just like what the commissioners did inside of their budget. When I was first here, we had it to each individual entity. And then we did one fund last year, right? That's exactly what this looks like to me.
And then we'll do a transfer after he tells us who's getting what and how much. Also, the key budgets it as one, and then he'll submit a transfer.
Oh, so these line items will not go away? It'll still have to get transferred into that before it can be paid to the entity?
So we'll know.
It's like a lot of extra work for you guys, instead of it just in the line items.
Quite know the number at budget time, so. Some.
Just doing it twice. If they don't use it all or need too much or.
Oh, okay, so that it is different than how it works in the
No,
commissioner's.
no matter what, we'll have to touch the numbers twice.
Okay.
Either way.
Okay.
Great.
Keep in mind the total of what we cut. So
Not near enough.
we haven't even started. I was just curious if he kept it right. I wrote it in there. So. Well, I didn't know that we actually cut that. Yeah. I thought we just talked about it being involved. Right. Well, I have it. I don't know what that.
It is, yeah, we-
I wrote down 18.
Yeah, I think we did that. I just. Okay, something. Yes.
And then I have this 2,000.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. Yeah.
If you got
And then 2,000 is still that's which I think I have that.
So still have a lot to go.
Wow, did you hear the total of what is that?
We got a question mark by planning commission code enforcement if we're actually 75,000.
Oh.
Those.
So we got Superior Court 3,000 cut, Circuit Court 1,000 cut. Plan Commission code enforcement 5,000.
Now we cut it 5.
Total 9.
Yay.
Hey, that means they're presenting tight budgets.
Which is wonderful.
Yep. So, find more cuts or cash burn there.
So can we talk about cash burn for a second? Can we talk about what, can we collectively come to an agreement on at least the big three, I guess? Where that line is for us? Where for general, lit, and fume cap, right? Those are the big three. Right? Everything else that I kind of asked about today, we talked about, oh, well, that could go to this, or this goes up and down. I mean, we talked about those overall. But those three, can we? What do you think we should slow the brakes on when we get to a certain amount? Because I feel like I highlighted and pink a lot of different places that we're burning this year. But I'm okay with focusing on those three.
My personal opinion is balance in general. I'm not too concerned about it, based on what we've had in the past. But I think we might find that if we dive into personnel, like potentially statewide 911 can support a position, or there'll be some potential maneuvering that could help us there. We can put the brakes on projects.
It sucks. I don't want to be part of a council that I came in and we were healthy and I leave and we're not gonna leave. But that in a couple of years where we don't have our cash balances.
It seems like a lot of this goes in waves, obviously brand new, but looking the last few years, you look at all these, there's definitely up and down to it. Like,
How long did it take you, Ruth, to get back to that wave being higher?
Years, right now?
it's a percentage.
That's what I would like to do.
Keep in mind, like cost of doing business in government outside of personnel has increased significantly, and we barely touched our tax rate.
It's not good stuff.
So naturally, that points to we're going to be burning cash. And then you get into the things we felt like we needed to do for personnel, especially with the expansion of number of personnel plus wages.
We didn't expand personnel for years and years and years and years and years, and then Pandora's box opened up and we.
20 some new positions, in like 3 years.
Unbelievable.
And in here, is that million like last year built in here? I'm sorry that I It's filled in here, right? That won't be there next.
You're talking about our.
Yeah. 2026. They have to be expended by the end of 2026. So that's next year.
It's this year. It's
It's this budget. It's this budget that when we're looking at this, whatever we do come 2027 is gonna be $1 million less.
But again, that's if you're not using it, it's just building your general fund. You're, if I may, I'm probably stepping outside my my lines here, but the general fund was typically run at about $4 million. And it's going to be upwards of probably 6 to 8 million now. As a cash balance at the end of 26, I would guess. I'd probably have to go look at what Peter's
side. Yeah, maybe you could do the Peter's.
I don't have that with me. I do have a copy of it.
I do have that.
So, yeah, I see your question or your thought process there. At what point in time do you continue to collect taxpayer dollars and when you're sitting on that much cash?
So in the front of so when this book was put together, that number is close to what Peters projects at the end of 2025.
He's projecting the end of this year.
10.2. And we have 10.3 when this was printed. Right?
In the budget year, they used a 3% number budget growth. And they projected an increase in general cash balance. $1,550,000.
Sorry, my brain is not. For general, for this year, with the additional appropriations, what is the believed number what is the total budgeted amount?
In county general overall.
Out of 1,000, out of general. So this year, we're trying to do
18,669,640.
So he only projected us doing 17.7. So when we're talking about his cash amount, that amount isn't gonna be what it is because we're above what he projected we would expend.
All right.
Right? There's money there. I just wanna, can we just pick a number that makes me quiet?
He's got, you gotta look at that.
Are you not into gray areas?
And on the side,
Everything's black and white down there.
Yeah, 681.
Yeah, because like you said, it took years to get, you can't let that happen again either.
No.
We just use it.
You gotta learn the lesson from that, right? And then stepstone it into things versus just cutting it all off. Say no in the sake of saving $2. If somebody's gonna have to spend it eventually.
There's 250 there right now that I did.
Yeah, but that's an expense, not an in, right?
Correct. Because we don't do the.
He just said budgeted in. I got confused between the two of you. He said in and you were saying out, and I thought it was out. Yeah. Because rainy day, we don't have to budget for that now, we're gonna put in that, we decide that when it comes to the end of the year.
Yep.
you're right, if you guys used to sit on formula, you have done a very, very good job of getting it into a healthier.
Back, starting.
When it comes to, up on the brakes of projects, very much to me a joint discussion because of the planning that goes on with the commissioners, with the highway department and things like that. Improvements to the facility, all that stuff. So, you know, when they develop that plan, they're very much looking at it from a budgetary standpoint that we do. You know, not overspending, but like QCAP is an example. Because there's in tune to what QCAP's fluctuations has been, is what we are. And I'm just reading through his assumptions again at the back.
It's like going through this generally, most of the increases are personal.
Yeah, and there isn't much there though, Eric. I mean, there is not much there. So I don't,
It's,
and then if we back out $1 million next year and then
I think it's
property tax changes the year after that, I just want to make sure I know.
what's going to help us the most is to take a look at numbers that Aaron's been working on and say, okay, we've only got 9,000 to get our baseline on this 58,000. Let's take personnel increases
Yeah, I'm curious.
back out to zero.
See where we are.
So we can come back and regroup with that, with the 9,000 in there and then back to zero. And then we can start to talk about what we can do after that.
And back to zero as far as wage increases and new positions.
Well, can't back out PD office, right?
Well, true.
And I don't, I mean, it's for discussion for the group, but I don't think we can back out prosecutor's office request.
In the prosecutor's office, I think the one position is there, but I think we can talk about part-time. Because putting in a whole new position and then wanting still two different places where they're asking for 30,000 for part-time,
To me, it's
and
one or the other, or
I'm a little, I lean.
So for a
little towards-
baseline there, just
Bottom of that sheet that I sent you last night, Dan, you got the 2026 request totals for county general and then the 2025 total. So if we that's 159, 265, 23.
Oh, I'm sorry.
so we didn't get that, you said that to Dan, or I didn't bring my computer with me today.
no, I had just
Okay.
messaged her about making sure we had certain reports ready to go that I felt.
I was working on it last night, so it was like last minute sort of thing.
So you're saying that there was $159,000 in there that we,
Yeah,
and
so
the budgets for raises?
in county general, when you take a look at what was approved for 2025 based on the 2026 requests for the personnel, there was $159,265.23 more requested.
Wow, there's really 160. It didn't seem like that much compared to what we've seen in the last
But
year.
that includes, you know, if somebody, there are some departments that ask for increases for their people. That also includes the increases, the additional positions.
Only to general.
Only to general. But that does include the public defender stuff, but, you know, that is minimal because of what we're doing with that structure, with the personnel side of things.
So it does include all of that.
Did send out to us a spreadsheet, which I don't have in front of me, of cost of living increases based on like 2.5% and 3% and whatever, and I don't remember what those figures were.
Yeah, so, so cost of living, and what I wanted to explain was what was adopted for 2025 was the 2024 market midpoint. And
We talked about
we talked
that,
about it,
yeah.
and then I had to ask for clarification during those meetings, and I have the email up in front of me right now.
Oh,
That it was the market midpoint, and they specifically stated that the external midpoint is based on 2024 salary data collected in the current market. It does not include any cost of living increases or adjustments for inflation. So it did not include the 2.5% for 2025, and then projected for 2026 is 2.7. So my concern is if nothing is done for 2026, we are gonna be way behind the eight ball. We're gonna get behind again.
2.5 and 3, so did you do, what was like the 5.5? What was the dollar figure?
So on my big spreadsheet, I can send it out to everybody. I do have like the 2025 totals, 2026 totals. There was a baseline that was requested by Dan that included something. But then I also have a 2.5%, 3%, 4%, and 5% increase on what the 2025 wages are.
So at 5%, tell me what that dollar figure is.
At 5% increase, I will, let me deduct it real quick. I have the total and we don't need that right now. $531,327.37.
531,
327, 37.
Yeah, 36. 531,327.36. And then I also sent longevity information to all of you guys. Believe, Dan, did you send that out to everybody too?
I don't,
I got a longevity.
No, okay.
I remember that.
There are several different programs and options with total costs. And of course, that's gonna be worst case scenario because of our turnover that we have right now. So I think that was based on the employee list that was effective at the end of June.
And if memory serves me right, we got everybody to the list except for one person, chief deputy sheriff. Did that person not get back
So
where it needed to be?
the chief deputy sheriff, that was, you guys were working on getting him up to the 85% of the sheriff's
Okay.
wage, which I think we are, what was that figure? Dan, was it $8,000 off?
Okay, I wasn't sure.
Something.
Yeah, I think so. 8,000. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So my question is, before you throw in that lovely for all, which was a misunderstanding from last year, I guess. The 160's in there. We're still having to cut to make general work. So to talk about 5%, 2.5%, whatever, there's still gonna have to be a cut from somewhere else to make that happen. Correct?
that's the situation every year. Cash burn. I think one of the, with what happened with the budget session this year, unless we go and adjust property tax rates, I think we're gonna be in this situation until we do a new bid, 2028, if we stick with that program. And Peters, they projected 2028, if we did that, in order to be back to well-funded to handle these things. Question is whether the next two budget years You know, our representative told us, hold steady for a year because you're gonna hurt for 1 year and then, you know, but it's 2 years. When you get to 28, things change quite a bit if we adopt that and if they stick with that. There's just unknowns. But, you know, looking in your Peter's book, if you look under personnel services,
If you do that and burn it, you just don't know.
you know, he's given us a number here that we can match up with Aaron's spreadsheets. So we can know as we look at different options or what we can do, how far off we're gonna be from his personnel number.
Well, I was talking state-wise.
Oh,
We don't know what they're gonna, yeah. We can throw this out there to take it.
I think they're gonna leave a lot of this restructure in place, but it's gonna continue to be tweaks to it. And we knew how long it's gonna hurt this county unless we adopted the new lit at full rate.
It's still gonna move to the side.
Aaron, I got a quick question for you.
When you gave us the 159,000, which is plus if the wage, when you take the wage increases out, tell me what you did for health department.
Well, this does not include health, that was for the county general only.
And as it stands right now, is the health department in there at a higher rate than what the WIS study had said?
So, no, the health department, let me pull them up here.
May I speak on that? So when we originally proposed our 2025 budget, we submitted numbers that were unknown to what the council was planning on doing with employee salary and wages. And then once it was approved for 2025, we were actually under WIS for the majority of the health department wages. What is in here and proposed is to bring them up to the 2024 market midpoint, which WIS proposed and was adopted. This does not include any other additional percentage beyond that.
Okay. So you're in there at the WIS.
That is for the
Yeah, we're not right now, you're not.
No, I'm proposing to go back into the salary matrix and pretty much just bring myself up, or the health department up to where the rest of the county is at.
Because they were pulled out of the matrix.
24.
And we decided at the special meeting, it was the decision of the special meeting to put them back into the matrix when we pulled them back, right?
It was just discussion, there was no official vote.
Yeah, they requested to be pulled out due to the additional funding that they had, and they were going outside of the realm of certain things. And now they want to be put back in. And so it will increase their wages. And that will put them back in line with everybody else with all the classifications. And with the additional funding and like stuff, I don't know if that changed all your job descriptions or if your job descriptions are still accurate on what they're doing with the funding cuts. Because if the job descriptions are not accurate due to your funding cuts and things, programs and everything that you have to do away with, those classifications may not be correct anymore.
Well, when we reduced the one full-time to part-time, and we did change the job description, but part-time jobs don't really need a wage. They don't need a job description, right?
Yeah.
Which has,
That's us.
which,
Well, it's not
I'm
good.
okay, I'm okay with 7-foot sticks.
It's not big yet. It's not a
We
terrible.
can't do it a long time. Because next year we're gonna lose it again.
Aaron, question from this longevity on. Just make sure I'm reading this right.
There's nothing new one.
Yeah.
And we can do that without having to adopt.
In column U.
Yeah.
Why is the, it just doesn't seem like that should be as expensive. Do it once every 5 years. As say column U.
Well, and it depends which one that you're looking at. I mean, if you're doing $100 per year, that's gonna equal out to your 500 every
Aye. Yours,
But the numbers are different.
are they different? I put a max cap on the other one. The other one less, I gotta scroll up to the bottom.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because that wasn't making sense.
Yeah, so there's a max cap on that one. That's why I asked if you wanted to. Yeah. And there was a lot of different ways that you can play these longevity programs too. I mean, everybody does it differently across the board, and I've talked to a lot of different counties. A lot of counties do longevity. We used to, and we got away from it. Now, before we always said that longevity was worked into the salaries, but it is no longer because everybody got bumped up to the same level. So you have everybody coming in at the same wage, whether they've been here for 15 years versus somebody coming in my first day. It's equal pay for similar job duties. That's what we adopted.
Everybody have that spreadsheet?
They probably don't have the new one that I sent you last.
So I have one that, and it's hard to scroll back and forth when you're on the.
They get too big, they get out of control, I'm so sorry.
No, I'm not bitching, it's just, it's hard to follow it. I'm constantly going, oh, wait, what was that called?
Yeah. I try to lock the cells at the top, so it stays, but.
The issue with the longevity, right, is that then they get their increase on top of that each year too, right?
Yep, and that's the way it was previously too.
Which is why we had some people that were way out of the WIC study.
I mean, I wouldn't say they were way out. They were maybe a little bit out.
We had a handful of them.
Well, there's also some that are, over and above the SOs, the EXE category. Well,
Well, to me, before we even start talking longevity, I think we need to finish a conversation on cost of living increases.
I just would hate to find ourselves in the situation where we've been before, where we're so far behind, and then we gotta pay catch up.
Which you're already getting there. Being we're 5% back already.
Mm-hmm.
That's how it was based off 24.
And I think even before that wage increase, our chief deputy sheriff needs to be addressed first because he's the one that got shorted for this year.
Well, and the chief deputy sheriff, I don't think was ever at the, first it was 80% and then you guys moved it to 85. But I think that was just something across the board that you guys were trying to do to make it equal to all the other chief deputies.
We have the additional certification pays in these numbers.
No, because those are different. Kelly, where are those paid for, the certification pays?
The what?
The certification pays for the.
The only,
These,
those,
or those.
That have a general? Because I don't have that. I just have their base.
except for.
It's a separate line item.
Yeah. I'll have to
Specialties don't
look
get
and see where
I-
we had those.
They're in each.
It's Tracy will know.
Oh, the certification pay, you mean the assessor
Right,
and,
right.
yeah, those are worked into the spreadsheet, yes.
So the assessor's the only one that has the certification pay. Besides the sheriff's department with his.
It says $300 per, right?
300 per special.
Yeah.
And we call it specialty, yeah.
Yeah. The only other two that I was aware of were the statute ones
Two or
for
three
the
years,
clerk
you have the
and the
same
auditor.
That's what I'm talking
Um,
Yeah.
Then you're going to bring everybody back up in one.
Those are the
big
same
bunch
thing,
to-
Did you two, huh?
I mean, I think it's, yeah, that's, I was
Right.
lumping those together.
You're, okay, so when you say
I'm
certification, that was
on
talking about pay
the
increase.
Yeah.
I'm not.
When you say certification, that one, that was other
No,
statute.
I'm not
Statute.
I'm not ready to show you. I even think it's stretched to come up with a 5%
I mean,
as it is.
from a,
But I think it needs to
I
be
think the
there.
5% will be I think anywhere in there will be a stretch and that will be us burning cash. I do not believe it's the year to talk about longevity on top of that.
We gotta get,
I agree.
we would just work so many years to get every employee making what they should be making for what the work that they do. And I just want to get there so bad.
I said two when we're talking about taxpayer money, how many of them are looking at a 5% increase this year?
She does.
On that end. Private sector's not getting it.
Because she has so many that she gets.
No, I mean,
I think
they're
that's
saying cost of living is what, 2.5 or 3 or something.
It's 2.5 or 2025, and it's projected to be 2.7.
Thank you.
I mean,
So you're talking longevity. I think that by itself is a pretty good
Well,
deal and conversation.
and I just look at the employees that we have, and they do stick around because they do know the benefits and what, to me, that's part of longevity, although it's not spelled out that way.
Yep.
But it is.
100%.
Yeah, we do the reminder every year.
she's up.
With midpoint was part of our decision to go to midpoint was because the benefits package was the best. Yeah, that's basically.
Oh, it's. I can tell you what it personally costs differently.
So,
Yeah, I don't, we wondered.
It's not the same.
I wish she has her. You're gonna.
Well, that's 2,000 from the election, $1,500 stipend, and another 2,000 in summer pay.
So it's very much you can.
Extra. Is it included?
It's smart. I mean, it'll come in more bar.
That's actually, what was that 30,000?
In this summer? No, it's the totals.
I just.
Yeah, no, that's
gonna come out of here.
Yeah.
And I didn't use my guns.
So you guys want to reconvene and carry this discussion, break for lunch or lunch now? Later.
What do you need, Ruth?
I'm eating.
I've been eating as well,
Thank you for your concern.
I think we should break for lunch. and
If you wanna work through all that stuff.
I have to go do inventory work.
You have to do it by what time? I mean, if we stayed longer, if you left by 1 or our,
Yeah, I have to have everything in by 30,
by when?
4:30.
And it's not something you can do at lunch
Take
hour.
you long to do it?
Yeah, I can go home and lunch. That's what I was gonna do for my lunch hour.
So it would be best for you if we took a lunch hour.
But it doesn't matter. It might be best if we did it at 12:30 or 1 o'clock. Take a bathroom break, come back a little bit.
I like that.
Okay.
Myself.
That's right. 10-minute break, back in noon. Okay.
Yes.
So one of my thing is, the EMA program that's in there for, what's it?
11.
Yeah, 11 or $12,000 of it. I appreciate our employees. I want to keep them safe. But when you look at the number of employees the number of people that would touch, and if you subtract out of there the people already in the 911 and the sheriff's office that already know about this problem, that diminishes that number of people that there's going to be a first alert. And I'm not sure where that financially we're just ready for it this year.
Well,
It's not that big of a dollar now.
all's in one's list and not the needs list.
Yes. So to me, I guess I would vote to take that out for this year.
Was that in general? Or was that in a different
I
font?
don't remember where.
That would be
Yeah,
nice.
it seems like
It's in lit. I don't think so.
$11,500.
I did send out employee surveys to everybody, and the safety at work is a question that I ask people, because we did just recently have some internal training that all of the employees in this building participated in. And I will tell you that opened up a lot of eyes, some needs that are here, and it has made people uneasy. So having that system in place is something that is, that would make people feel more safe at work.
And that alert will go through on their computers,
Computers and phones, from what I understand.
their personal, or the county phones.
If they want to put something on their personal phone, they most certainly will, they can. But it will be on the computers as well. So it's one of those things, if there's a panic button on the computer and on the phone, and then a notification will come straight across.
So it circumvents having to push through communications. Someone had a live incident in their office before Sheriff's Department communications knew about it. Employees can be notified sooner.
Shut your doors, lock your doors, shelter in place, sort of those things. I mean, it's. What I wanted to.
You said you had a couple questions.
Okay, so the other one is on the health department. I guess.
There's that.
I prior to us approving being on the governor's health initiative plan, we were assured by the health department that if and when those funds go away, because we know how grant funds are, that they would be able to claw back to prior fund balance or budget numbers. So if I am right, was 2023 the year that, and I'm just talking general fund right now, only from general, and I'm only talking not wages of employees, I'm just talking the 200s or 300,000s, whatever, those. I just think that we were assured that they can go back to those numbers, and we should. We're at a budget crunch. And I just want to make sure that what they have in their budget is the totals at the end, if you take the 2,000s, the 3,000s, whatever, is what it was in 2023.
Would that be able to mirror it when you're talking about insurance and service contracts and things like that? How
And
much
that's
have
why
we
I need
seen,
clarification.
right?
Yeah.
We've seen such an increase everywhere about those. To compare that directly to a 2023 number when we're talking about a 2026 number, I don't think that's fair on some of those.
We're talking
Yeah,
about
yeah.
more about programs
Do you
that
want
they put in place.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Some of that stuff's going to increase no matter what,
Yeah.
right, with,
But
Yeah.
they added
They added a
a
lot.
lot of programs because of the initiative.
Yeah, and
And that was what we talked about, what will need to go away when that funding.
Mhm. And we were
Stops.
sure that it could go away.
I asked them to ask Alicia first, she can answer that.
That's 1159, right?
No, I just want to know kind of if where we are even, if we are there.
Like what programs are still
Then,
there?
Before. Thank you, honey, I'm sorry.
You're fine. I just
Today's the day I would lose my head.
And I guess what I'm saying, I want to know if we're even there before Alicia comes back. But yeah, I'm not saying Alicia should come back. And I just say, they should have that same dollar amount that they had before. I want to make sure they have that. And I don't care in what line item she puts it in, that's up to them.
Well, it had to be reduced because they're still paying some. And they were over like 80 or 500.
I heard the echo. Sorry, I was eating a slice. Really quick.
So I have our budget books, for previous that show 2023 expended. So if
It's
we want,
470-some thousand.
it says, it doesn't give me the totals for those, right? The 2024 adopted, so beforehand, that was 518,840
And
out of
that,
1159.
that has wages in it though too, right?
It does have wages in it.
Yeah, some wages. So that's,
So if we wanted to do that without wages,
yeah.
The 2023 expense with wages was 477,803.
And how much of that was wages?
I have no idea. Oh, I do, I just haven't taken it. I can do all that.
If I could print off these monthly reports that were part of that email, do you want those? Because that has 23, what did Ann have in there? We had 20.
she wanted what it was before, so I said,
Right.
Here, if you look in your Peters book,
I see, I
go back to health
packed like here. I got
Health
one here, right?
page,
Yeah, they're all on there.
You know what number of page?
223, 25,
page 18.
18 and 28. 18 or 28 had the tax rate, so. Because I can remember.
That's Cambridge.
That's revenues. That's expenditures.
Alicia, we're looking for
So mine's 250,000.
what we spent in your department out of 1159 without wages compared to what you're asking now without
Doesn't match up.
wages.
So 2023 expended minus wages, and then what I'm asking for category 2, 3, and 5. Okay, give me 1 second. I'll-
Just out of general, just general, I just want to make sure you're getting what you did back then from
Oh,
general.
yes, yeah.
You know.
And when you say general, you mean 1159, because she doesn't
Well,
actually
see,
have
the
it,
phone numbers changed.
It's 11:59.
Okay.
right?
11:59.
Just general, like 1,000. Okay, I apologize, Ruth, that's me
Well,
trying to keep track in
and I know
my,
that the phone numbers changed, so I just,
So what is supported by property tax is 1159. Okay. In portion, correct.
See it, Peters book.
I got it right here, yep. Page 18.
Now, the expend amount doesn't match what our budget book shows. What Peters had is different. Budget book shows 477,803. Oh, well, hang on. Yeah, 20.
well,
23 actual. Peters.
yeah, no, come towards me, I'm so sorry, that's not my.
274.
I'm not.
So $50,000 difference. Or 18 in the Peters fiscal plan.
And 24.
Four does match.
Yeah.
23 does not match for some reason.
That's me. Yes, I'm sorry, Dan.
I'm sorry.
So 23 was the first year we adopted the new health.
I think it rolled in. 4.
No,
So that's
right.
right.
25.
25
It was last year before HFI took effect. 2024 is the first year.
So, yeah, I just want to make sure that you're still getting the same amount of funds that you got in 2023. And not any over.
This is 22.
I started,
We're in the looking.
money crunch crisis.
Yeah,
I'd rather get wage increases. And, no,
2020, for 2023, the problem is there's like 8 wages in there that are no longer in there.
yeah, and so that's why I went.
Wages taken out, just the actual.
Oh, you're a keeper.
I know, but
You're okay.
I mean, wages are the largest amount, so if you discount it from the 100,000 in 1159.
so $100,000 in 20.
Routine expenses. All of
And then
this,
what are you asking for next year in those? If it was $100,000,
roughly,
yeah, what's your ask now?
well, that includes wages as well.
And I take the wages out.
That's all.
It's hard for me to come up with a figure. I looked to make try things were not jiving.
So in here, it doesn't, it's not separated like it is.
No. So then you
Yeah, the way it used to be, it's separate, but
By those big numbers, so.
personnel, yeah.
I'm rounding, but it's like 100. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so
So
Jen-
they're asking only like $20,000 more.
And it looks like that big hit is the liability
Well-
insurance.
yeah,
Which report, Nan?
And so that's legit.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Whatever,
Yeah,
Okay, yeah.
All right. So I'm okay with that, sis.
pretty good.
It was just too hard for me to try to figure out.
Yeah. Because of the requirements on HRI, I've moved salaries around like 3 different times in 3 years.
Well, I didn't know
It's just,
You were so, your heart is still in health and doing good for the county. Your also heart is there for wanting to maintain good employees. You are governed by us as to what dollar amount we give you, but you also have a health board that governs how they run it and what a wonderful position to be in.
very true.
Okay. So
Comfortable with that?
my questions are answered. I'm good. And we can go into wages if that's where you want to go.
yes.
And my thought on wages is, first of all, that we've got to get our chief deputy sheriff where he belongs. And I also think that our employees deserve the 5% wage increase to get them where they also need to be. I so badly, it just seems like our council for years has wanted to get every employee making what the professionals say they should be making, rather wait for the job to be. To me, that's the only way to do it. And if that means we're gonna have a cash burn of $400,000 ish, am I right in that number?
That sure looks like 437, right around 437.
If I'm looking at your spreadsheet, right, you guys have that wage spreadsheet, right? Wage calcs.
I don't remember.
They don't have the updated one that I just sent to you last night.
Okay, so we can write this down, county general. 2025, wage totals were 8,695,682. $682. And if we just baseline off of that, forget what was put in the budget requests. And we go to 5% increase. The number's 9,227,009.
And that is no new positions being filled.
That does include the prosecutor's office, I think, maybe not.
Forward that to us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
clarify.
Yeah, I've got it up.
You-
If
you
you want me to
would
do it
be
real
able to
quick?
figure it out. I couldn't.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. I get my budget paper.
I go up and down.
I did include that. So you could back that out.
It's coming, Christina. You sent it to
That
me.
does include the prosecutor's office.
It does include the new position.
Well, and I'm
Okay.
kind of on board, Christine, with what you said. If they, I don't think we can do both with them.
It's just
The
a lot.
increase in part-time and a person. I'd rather see it stay in part-time. I'm
I
not
get
saying.
the person because they have that many, so we kind of did that to ourselves by giving them the extra prosecutor. Yeah, but one prosecutor to one assistant with the level that they do.
They're doing
That's
more
a
work
lot.
than the 3 county service combined.
I know.
Over there, and I don't think unless the sheriff's got some crazy news, the crime's gonna drop next year just because. Sure wish I did.
So what's the other new position that was asked for? Oh, IT. Asked for another one, right?
They said
Not right now.
they would anticipate doing it next year.
Okay, thanks. Thank you.
And I will say extensive conversations with the prosecutor's office. I support the request. It's
For the person, but
For
what
the
about?
person, but for the 60 grand in part-time too?
no, I would rather let them fill that full-time position.
Okay,
And keep our part-time where it was at.
and where was the part-time at?
I think it was at 25.
And is that out
And there
of
was-
general? So that'll get us,
I don't know, I'd have to look on there, I'm sorry.
Now, that number also includes, Dan, you talked about 2 new deputies.
So that's another conversation.
That also includes those 2.
It does,
It does. So,
in it, but not, you're including this in a whole, not through a cost strength.
right,
So
we can back those out.
back that up for now.
So the prosecutor office part-time this year was at 24,888. They're asking for 30.
oh, okay.
So they're asking for a $6,000,
$6,000.
Yes,
well,
but I
a
think it's.
$5,200
So
increase.
for right now, if you will, let's,
You know,
Yeah,
let's,
but when we're adding a position with health insurance, 6 grand matters.
right now,
that's all, but
let's leave prosecutors as we close for discussions.
Both lines included in part-time?
Well, the part-time was just a small adjustment, right?
5,200.
Okay, all right, I'm with you then.
Just for now.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's 188 for the sheriff's. I looked at that last night.
Okay, so if you back out the sheriff deputies and I put them in like the 5%, you know. Now you're looking at 395,
That was
871.
sheriff's was 142, 648 with that.
I'm so sorry. Where did the conversation come of the 2 new deputies?
I need to have that whole conversation, guys.
Yeah, I didn't know.
I'm sitting here, I'm looking at him. I'm like, you need a lot.
We did it when you weren't here this morning. Oh.
He got here before.
We did it
that's
before
why.
the prayer. Okay, so that's a separate conversation we haven't had time to have yet. Okay, so these numbers also though, Aaron, the cost on the increases don't include perks, right?
Right, perf is a whole nother thing, does not include perf, no, it does not include FICA. Well, insurance is kind of, if you have 2, a couple new positions, so right now you got public defenders that are looking at 2 new, because of the structure, 2 new insurance positions. Do a prosecutor's office person, that's gonna be a new insurance position, and anybody else that you guys have, if you add it.
If we do them inside, health insurance is the only thing that isn't included in the PSAP, correct? If we did the ones for the call center.
Yeah, per person.
That was my only question. Is health insurance inside? I know their FICA and their perp and all of that is inside that fund. But does health insurance come from that fund?
I have to look up my and stuff.
Because I don't remember seeing a line item in that.
There might not have been, it may come out of general, but so when you talk health insurance, there's a couple different things that we have going on here. You have that, $18,000 to $20,000 per employee per year, which is
Right.
based on the claims and the fixed costs. Which the fixed costs are the admin charges. Admin, there are different funds that budget $450 per person per month. So that is thrown in there on some things too, so that, when you ask for insurance, like, there's a lot of different things happening, there's a lot of wheels turning. But for calculation purposes, you can say between $18,000 and $20,000 per employee.
Great, what you get. So if we did those inside of PSAP, that health insurance would hit inside of general. That would be the only thing that would hit general.
If they did not have the funding source to pay for it, yes. The claims and everything already come out of general. It would be the admin costs at the $450 per employee per month. That would be budgeted in PSAP. I guess the claims, that's a whole.
Oh, I get that. But you don't know if the 450 comes out on the employees that we already have inside of PSAP.
I will look. I gotta
It
look
does
at
come
my,
out, Kelly?
I gotta look at
No, I was
my.
looking at that, Kelly. Sorry. That Kelly has spreadsheets for days.
Just give me 1 second.
Insurance is budgeted from 1222 and 1235
Yes.
for employees already.
So you have
Okay,
maximum
so
of
claims would be the only thing.
you have maximum of 2 employees that come out statewide 911, which is 1222. And then the remaining employees come out of 1235. Claims funding, the medical claims and the prescription funding comes out of, well, right now 5101, because we transfer that money over into there from Gentry County General. So yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you for that. No, I really think that was a clarification. Okay.
So yeah, spinning. The 395,871 is for everybody, that's taking out the sheriff's people.
Correct.
That's including,
It does not include personal benefits.
no, so with that, we're adding one in the prosecutor and how many in the public defender's office? Two?
Well, depends, you're
insurance.
essentially doing 1 new position, but 2 for insurance.
Okay,
Because of how the structure is right now.
Okay. And then a couple other,
so then we're back up to 455,871.
Cash burn.
No, just the total cost for that.
Oh, instead of the original.
Yeah,
Instead of the 531.
and then we would add that to the,
It's 5 for FICA.
No, he just doesn't know.
so we're at 9,151,553,
For the what?
9.151.
That for FICA included,
Yep,
so you did the 1.2 and 7.65.
533. That's right. So instead of being, see, that's just the increase, that was just the difference.
right, so we did take the difference of that. Right,
I don't know how to help you.
yeah.
I'm sorry. This was what she thought the difference was gonna be, the 5%, the 531.5.
Right, no.
So I just
Getting
added it. Yeah, what do you think this number is?
So,
It's 5%.
no, I
I was at 531.5. I know it's not written here in the chart. That was everybody. So what is it without everybody?
Not sure you're right. But I can do it this one. I'll have to look at it again.
Okay, so, sheriff's department conversation. We had extensive conversations there too about, so all of these
all of these departments that are impacted by our volume, our public defender's office, our prosecutor's office, communications, and we've had all this increase in volume and demand. The sheriff's departments run lean on a number of deputies all along. And then a new conversation came up this year with Marine Patrol and the level of service that our sheriff's department is providing to try to be at lakes at multiple times, all the fireworks going on and all the different things. And so we met with a group that was a group of lake association folks who that coverage means enough to them to see if their lake associations were actually willing to contribute towards the cost of more patrol. And obviously the sheriff's department gets called in too many directions at the peak times of the year anyway, during those things. So conversation came up about whether it was this year or next year. We're probably behind enough that we can't ignore the situation of getting more deputies to the sheriff's department. So if there's an opportunity this year to partner with some lake association support, and then I begged the question to him. I said, well, can we match that up with some school resource officer support? Because there's not a lot of overlap in that seasonality. And that would give the sheriff's department 2 more deputies in the summer, and then people that we could utilize for school resource in the off season, and fund that through a new cops grant. So that was my ask of the sheriff. Like, is the right year? Should we address this? Every year when he presents his budget to us, I talk to him about the marine demands from the lakes too. And so I'll tee it up to you, Sheriff, however you want to address it too. But I did ask Aaron to put in for the discussion on the wages that, but I didn't mention to her about the cops grant program. So is it something that can be done on? We talked about timing on cops grant and what you need to do.
Yeah, and right now we haven't heard back on the cops grant at all. We're still waiting for responses whether or not it's going to be open. Right now, it doesn't look like it's going to be open in enough of a suitable time for us to be able to apply for the cops grant that we usually get. That's 75%, 50%, 25% over 3 years. The other issue is if we were to apply for a cops grant and so entered into the normal Marine Patrol grant that I get every year for $15,000, it would disqualify X number of cops grant. We can't run one of the grants while we're also incorporated in the other. We just found that out too. So
we've been doing that. We're still on,
but not with we've never had a Marine Patrol deputy assigned to. So if we hired new deputies and created the Marine Patrol, and then also applied for the Marine Patrol grant, the perception and the look is that we're funding one with the other, or we're using. So there would have to be a different way of going about it. Didn't look favorable on us for either one if that's what we were going to, if the intent was in one way or the other.
Would have to be identified as a Marine Patrol. I mean, can't you just allocate resources?
Sure could. Yeah, we could just make that.
And by the time we're only talking about 3.5 months.
Yeah, of the year. Yeah. So back to the councilman's point, the associations have reached out for about 1.5 years to us about this, about 2 years now, asking for additional. We actually lent meetings this early midsummer to the presidents of a number of them that were willing to look at a contract and put forth financial support. What that support is at this point, they've not given that up just yet. I did present to them more money that we get from the SRO program. In fact, if we were going to look at or think about, and thank you for putting that in, I didn't know we'd be really talking about that here today. So that's where it really went to. It's wonderful that they reach out. Don't forget, if we weren't doing something as a community properly, they wouldn't be asking. So that's a good thing. That's a nice thing. But that right now seems to be really still in the wind as far as whether or not we could put it together properly.
It's
It's a tough situation, Sheriff, because if he starts to utilize Lake Association funds to support that, then a lot of those members, and they surveyed the membership, and it was kind of a 50-50 thing.
Yeah.
A lot of those members are like, well, first of all, I already paid their tax. It's supposed to be providing that. Well, that's out of our control because the DNR is not doing that. So they're mad now that they're being asked for more contributions from the Lake Association. Then if they're going to give it, they're going to sit there and go, well, he's not here when I thought he should be here.
Right.
And then, you know, and I don't want to put the sheriff in a difficult situation, but
That's true.
I did say I would have to give all these community conversations the respect of hearing them out a little bit here in council. And ultimately, I just trust your request, whatever you think is best.
Well, I think right now, I mean, obviously, the position that we're all in, we should probably get through what we're trying to do before I do that ask. I think maybe next year, if that's something that we can put together, that would be something that we could talk about as a future operational goal. It is a lot on our community. I know a lot of us don't understand that, but it is. Those waters are incredibly struggling with resources. As far as mine are concerned, the state did come up this year and help out quite a bit. That has been wonderful. They're scared to sell. They're sharing their schedule and we're sharing ours and putting together where they're not, we are kind of thing. So that's been great. But as we all know, you know, times get difficult, times get easy. So we all fall off again. So that was an opportunity that really came to the desk that was nice to be a part of. Really a feather in our hat, truthfully. I don't mean the office, I mean us in general. So, yeah, but I think right now, I would not be able to financially put that together through grants or plans in your budget time cycle to even give you a thumbs up to say that that's something. Next year, I think we could probably look at that.
We're planting the seed because the things that we do that maybe are a cash burn, which is ultimately unsustainable. We look at growth in positions and that kind of thing. Again, they've been running lean for years, and we're planting a seed that maybe next year's the best time and give them time to go for a cop's grant, or however that he thinks is best to put it together. But just know that what we do today, that's been something that's been long put off. And I know the highway department is pushing for a little restructure in another position too as well. You know, so just gotta keep in mind, we knew last year the conversation was public defender office and prosecutor's office. So just so you know, next year, where some of this is already going.
And this year, RJ, we are going to be able to give, if we do what you propose, give you back 2 for the road. Because you're going to get your merit deputy.
Yes, if we look at our dispatch, yep, the one comes.
Dispatch.
Absolutely.
You bring your other one.
If you were to remove the SRO, if we
you're
were
gonna be
to,
able have 2
you would
more.
have, we would pull 2 back and put them in the schedule. Yeah, for sure. But I really appreciate the moment. I thank you for the conversation. I think it's great that we all talk about it. We can't have a better investment than our own community, right? Even putting back, even if some aren't real excited about that, but.
I don't want to put you on the spot. but
No, I appreciate it.
And this thing with the marine conversation folks,
Yeah.
or the lakes conversation folks, and I want to make sure that we gave it its conversation.
It's fair due. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah.
Chief question? We haven't gotten there yet. Okay. So within the wage spreadsheets. Yes, I want to hear from council. We've heard from individuals, but collectively, what I'm hearing is we'd rather do it in wage percentage increase than longevity. If we try to do both, we can see that we're looking at that much bigger deficits. But you guys tell me,
Head nod from me.
do you want to carry a longevity conversation too?
We've gone from, we told everyone no raises next year. It was a 2-year raise. Now we're gonna do a 5% raise. I don't think we can do both things in the same year. And it's a little, to me, I don't know, it makes my head spin that when I first came on council, we did the whole wage thing, market plus whatever we did to supposedly bring everybody up. And then now then we'd had to do the WIS. I mean, I haven't been on council that long. I don't know, it feels like we just cannot keep pace. And so the fact that we're supposedly another 5% behind where we're supposed to be, to me is, I mean, next year, what's cost of living, 2.7? Gonna be another 2.7 raise again next year?
I think that's why we're losing EMS personnel, police personnel and everything, because the other counties are so far ahead of us. There's no question that they can go somewhere else and make more money with basically the same benefit. So I think if we don't give them a per se cost of living increase, that they're gonna continue to leave us. We're gonna keep on people. That's my opinion. I think they work hard, they do their job. I mean, that's pretty much right straight through.
Well, I think you said it, that was based off 24. I know when you guys did, obviously, Brandon, when you guys did it, unfortunately, from the time it took me to study and get it all in place, you were already behind.
Yeah.
Like this catches it up to now, and then depending on the whole council going forward, whether you do a percentage every year or you split things up over a couple, like, but at least we're caught up. And you, in theory, should not be looking at something like this again. As long as things are kept up in the future, you shouldn't have this big of a backwards direction to go.
We don't want to get that far behind again. I mean,
We've said that a few times though.
In theory.
Well, I mean, look what state police did.
Yeah.
He came in and put us way behind their
Absolutely.
sheriff's department, right?
I lost one on Friday.
I was gonna say, and I know they're leaving.
He's got accepted, so I'm losing one to the state. Not that, I mean, I understand that happens, but we can't
And
compete.
he's a good young
That-
kid too.
Their amount is enormous compared to our amount, the state.
Oh, yeah, sure.
I mean,
Yeah, it's
That's
tough.
not
It's tough.
something that's the same, we did all that for EMS. We're still not what the fire territories are doing, but we don't have that same tax base.
We don't have the ability. I get that.
And when you do have that turnover, just keep in mind, the costs of training new employees is substantial.
Huge.
So, I'm just worried if nothing is done, we're gonna have a mass exodus and then we're gonna be in trouble. And I just don't wanna see that.
I don't think that you're getting a no from the head shakes. It was just
Yeah, and
to
that's-
both conversations.
Yeah.
I think we all are unanimous no to the longevity,
Longevity.
if I was counting heads.
I don't
Now, I
like
guess
that.
the next thing is cost of living at 5% to get us where I think should be.
Yeah.
So I am really opposed to erosion and having to claw back more in other years. I would love to be the county that is stealing employees from everybody else because we could pay more than everybody else. That's where we've got to get to. And with the shakeup in SB1 this year, doesn't look like it's going to happen in the next 2 years, but it might happen in 2028. And there's nobody I'd rather give it to than the awesome employees that we have in this county to keep them and be stealing them from other counties. We have to. We can't do what we can't afford to do, but we have to do what we can.
And when we do it, we're gonna burn cash.
So anything we're looking at this year, it is, except that's the next thing I was gonna get to. A few options we have to minimize that burn. Renee, I didn't hear from you. What do you think?
Just as I'm great. I mean, I agree that we need to take care of our employees. Just listening.
Are you agreeing at 5%? Are you feeling comfortable there or I'm putting you on the spot?
No, 5%.
Okay.
Yes, it was 2.5 last year,
Okay.
2.7 this year.
So we're really doing good this year, timing wise, as far as how deep we are in this conversation. So, and Ruth, you've been here as long as I have. So if I'm missing something, help me out here. But we also started talking about where we can maybe move some pieces of the puzzle around to take it over off the general and minimize the cash burn. And one would be statewide 911, if it could take another position out of general. And watching that balance over the years and seeing it's done this year. I'm very comfortable with one, but what's happened to us before, this goes clear back to the Linda Hansen days, like she would
Put two on and one off.
Two, yeah. So the way the reimbursement into that account happens, you know, you can get too many if you try to take two. I'm actually thinking it could sustain two and knock it down pretty far, but it take that much longer to recover, so what's the point? But I'm really comfortable moving one position, yeah. So that frees up whatever the wage amount is on
40.
that line item. I'm really comfortable moving one position, so that would help. Does everybody understand what I'm talking about there?
I am, but we are moving what position in general can go into statewide 911?
Communications.
Communications it's all inside of PSAP. There isn't inside.
5% now, right? That's what we used to do. Here, right?
Is there an employee from there that's outside of 12?
They're all in 1222 and 1235.
There.
There's nothing in general fund for communications.
And nothing else can go into 1222 other than dispatch,
As far as I know.
right? I mean, that's the one we couldn't even pay the tax out of because it
Oh, yeah.
What about EMS? You have some EMS, the admin and director and everything, they're paid out of general and EMS lit.
we proposed EMS
Well,
right at the max.
And a director.
I mean, I would burn there and I don't feel comfortable burning that because we don't have cots for next year. There's some stuff there if you want to talk about EMS. Yeah, you got
Removing the one.
aerial dispatch, but you got There's stuff that's gonna come out of that department next year that isn't
Have assistant directors already there.
gonna happen.
The director.
So Dan, may
Yes.
in this year's budget, into the 1230, I'm sorry, let me get my glasses.
1222.
In 1222, we will be taking a telecom tech and moving it into 1235. We will be adding, if approved, a director in the 1222. And the assistant director is already in there. So everybody is in 1235 except for two of them, director and assistant director, and they will be in 1222. So at this point, we don't have any out of general.
Question would be, can we move? I guess it has to go, if I could prefer to go with the employee, but can we move any insurance money or overtime budget or things like that?
I'm showing in 1222, the FICA, the PERF are in there.
All benefits.
All benefits are in both.
They like to try to keep the employee and the benefits in the same line
In the
item,
same.
make life easier, right?
Yeah.
In overtime, I moved the overtime with the dispatcher over. For that person, I mean, there's still some in there
Oh,
for
yeah,
the
absolutely.
director and assistant director, but it's minimal.
Next one.
Yeah, so right now, by budget submitted, there won't be anyone in general.
Worked hard on making that with a bow.
Yeah, that was a long day. And to throw a little bit of a, it's not bad. Spillman, our Spillman person, Tammy retired. And so currently I have an open position for the Spillman director, which is in the 1235. I've talked with IT a little bit. I've spoken with Tammy who, I may be looking at contracting that. So that employee, those benefits would, of course, they're in that 35, but if we were to do a contract with either Spillman or an individual company, then we wouldn't be, the need would not be there for their benefits. I realize that's a little minimal of what you're speaking about, but I wish I had an answer for you this week and the next week. But I'm just getting with the commissioners over some contracts.
We're gonna take a wash with your claims for
Yeah.
that person with the people that we're putting it
Yeah.
into PSAP. So it's,
And we're hoping it'll be a little less than what we have already set aside in there currently. Not much, but 10,000 or so, maybe 8,000.
With 5 to 10, yes.
Yeah. So we're really looking at that right now. I haven't gotten with Nikki. She was gone last week at conference. So she's got some information for me, and then I've had some conversations with contractors as well. And now that I've got a contract, I need to get with the commissioners about it, see if that's something. But that'll help as well.
And then, so the other piece of the puzzle is whether we want to look at commissioner's budget again. Let's talk about that. Some things. Some of those projects in Cume into there that would allow the commissioner to put some of the other building maintenance and project such out of general into Cume.
so my thought process with that is we either have to slow down the progress we're making on bringing our stuff up to date, or we burn into Cume cap to a point that makes me uncomfortable, or we have that discussion, is my thought process. Is that a great way to put it?
When you take out a loan, you're paying
Your
it.
discussion.
Yeah, I guess in my mind, it's like going to a taxpayer going, I got some cash, but I'm gonna go borrow money to spend more of your money
Right.
to get some of the, like, I totally understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
I get it, but
My
I'm
job
just
is to
not
make sure
ready
all
to
seven
guess.
people are aware of all
yeah,
options.
like I totally
Before we
get
burn your cash.
where you're going and don't disagree with you, but at the same time, like I'd have a hard time justifying that, I think.
Well, to me,
Like,
there's
I'm gonna-
things that there's wants and there's needs, obviously, in that whole.
Then do we want to take a look at it again?
Yeah, I think we should take a look at it again.
Cume, yeah.
That would put off something that we go borrow money.
Is that 11, over 12, what is that number?
So it's
11:38.
11:38. Did we decide to take the 22 smart gov out of that and leave it in,
Oh, we did not decide, did we?
because it's also in lit or general?
Some general.
It's in general. We're talking about just one fund this month. You're to look at beside it.
So how much of that $250,000 in building repairs and maintenance is for brick repair and not the boiler?
It was close to 50.
Close to 50,000? 50.
Half for.
Okay, well, I say we need a boiler more than we need bricks, unless there's a hole that's going to cause a water issue,
This building is 3 years.
okay?
We also have to take care of our buildings and move forward with them, not let them continue to move backwards. Would be my thought.
Can the annual software this? It's $70,000 for Spillman maintenance. Can that come out of 1235?
Or 1222?
Yep.
No, she said no.
I don't know.
12.2
So
is
maybe if
scary.
we move something from 1235 that was something, we could move it into 1222 So then there was room in 1235, so wasn't 1235 pretty much right? That's, I can look, Ann, I don't need to look at you, I'm sorry. You're my safe space, Ann.
My question is, what's all involved in the computer?
The computer equipment was,
Yeah.
we have to get yeah, I know, that's $350,000.
1235, if it was to go today, would have just in excess of $1,004.
We did, so we would have to move something in, like what you said, 1235, 1222, in order to make room in 1235.
That's
that.
Not that it's.
Yeah,
Nothing.
that's what I had to do.
Yeah.
This would be nice.
Something that's at 1235 is magically like
Is it okay?
telecom. Good job. And you can burn a little bit of that in order to make this into 1235 for that. I like that.
What about the surveyor, the county part, vehicles? Some down to them, they would buy it.
Right, so we only left in $60,000. Yeah, we took it down to at least 60.
What are we talking about down there?
Just catching up. Vehicles. Oh, I was talking about the sheriff's Tahoes could become Kia Sorrentos.
He doesn't want to hear that.
I miss. Yes, Sorrentos.
Oh, yeah. That'd be nice. Hey, I'll give it a shot.
349,000.
Those are all planned expenses for each equipment. Upgrades of servers, computers, software.
About the jail upgrades.
I think we have to.
Jail upgrades. Well, I didn't know what they were. Are they
I don't know, we did.
essentials? We've done a lot of things for the jail.
What was the total of everything? It was just shy of 2 million.
That's a lot of money.
Including the roof, it was just shy of $2 million, all the things that needed to be upgraded and everything.
Okay.
The roof was a major one, the plumbing pipe was a
Pipes was a
major
huge
one.
one.
Or huge air conditioning unit.
Yeah, the air conditioning unit was a huge one. This year we got $68,000 electrical issue. Last main to the air
Generators.
that wasn't anticipated. The control centers, we just approved that yesterday, so those will be upgraded. It's one of the things. Was the air handling units, was that the next big
Well,
one?
the next thing, yeah, the last thing on the list that they had was air handling
Air handling units and then the controls for it.
and the controls for it.
We've had some, trying to narrow it. Seen anything from 240,000 upwards of 70,000, I think. was the highest one.
Yeah, it was the highest one.
Again, it's a 30-year-old building. You want it to last another 20 years, you better put some money into it. Otherwise, you're gonna be building a new jail.
That's,
Back to the Nikki Colby's, is that, we don't have that list of what all, I mean, $350,000 is
We can get you a
a
list.
lot. Is that something that can be split over 2 years?
It seems to be about that almost every.
Really? Wow.
computers and software outdates and all that stuff, hardware, I replace all my hardware every 4 years in my office. It's on a rotation,
She goes a little further out.
but
Yeah,
because
how
it's,
many computers do we have?
well,
You got 2 in front of you.
So,
Split screen.
you do have some of, the deputies and stuff, I'm sure they have a desktop computer and then they have, ones in the cars.
But then you have EMS employees and they don't have computers, so we're running right now about 271 full-time employees. Some of those don't have, some of them have dual. So, I have a computer here and then I have one in my office. I have no idea how many.
Remember what, there was a number on that because it had to do with the security.
How much a
Take
license?
$20,000 off, if IT can keep nursing our services on.
Mine's dead, but I don't
My
care.
thing is, I can just fine, I don't even need one. I don't care. Well, what? Sorry. Again, because I'm new to that 40015, the machine and equipment.
Yeah.
Like last year it was 419, 897, you spent 232.
We spent, now what's the balance on that now? It's probably about one.
As of today.
Yeah, but it's, well, that's not as of today, but
There's more coming.
But I think as of, actually here, I can tell you as of yesterday.
And you guys dropped the 350, just look at that, like, is there more that goes?
Some of it was, encumbered from the previous year.
Okay,
So that number usually stays right here.
okay.
That fund, based on the approvals yesterday, is probably about 140, 138.
Did we decide markup? Are we removing it from QCAP? Are we leaving it in general? It's in both spots. The 22,000.
We did not think that.
Did we talk about the 350,000 in machine and equipment?
Yeah.
Yeah, we were just
Yep, I
talking
just
about
brought
that.
So that's an annual. Okay, let's see what comes up on that. So, did you ever figure out the dollar amount for Thomas Reuters that comes out of that?
No, I'd have to go through, well, and might be able to get like what,
So Thomas Reuters, actually, a significant amount that comes out of that is the grade of all the
it's law.
court data, law data,
It's
all that stuff.
It's more than my house payment that I pay a month at my business for that.
It's, I'll have her pull up last year.
It's
Yeah.
So it's not hardware, it's more.
It's
Well,
software.
it's a lot of it's a little bit of everything, actually. The sheriff's, part of the sheriff's Pan Am came out of that last year, or this year. Some of the security, so part of the security stuff comes out of that. Let's see. Some of the shades came out of that. It's all of those maintenance things. You could lessen it. The Motorola antenna project that we had to redo because of the city repainting its one water tower. That came out. Upgrade to the audio systems. Just everything.
So Christina, we didn't decide on markup yet. That's what's happening with that.
Yeah. It's already in the number that was kind of wrapped our brain around of the burn in general. I think that we leave it in general.
And take it out of QCAP.
Yeah, because I think that general has the room to give, QCAP does not. Is my thought process.
Every year. Every year.
I mean, basically, I guess kind of what we're hearing and going with hers, there's
And that's
nothing
just
you
cute.
have to move.
I'm hearing that,
Yeah.
Derek.
It is what it is.
Good to look at it again, but I think we're kind of stuck.
Are we gonna do the 22,000?
Just gonna stall out the progress.
I would say
Right.
that,
And again, it's an option you can do. It's just gonna.
We're gonna spend it at some point,
Dan.
It
Well,
may
we're
be
talking about the
or
22,000.
later, because things will be
Where are
worse.
we gonna strike it from?
That's the potential.
And I'm thinking Q.
Okay.
This stuff.
Yeah.
But that decision, I think, needs
More
to be
stress on Q, but
We don't general.
no, we put it on.
Oh, she's saying to
I say strike it.
strike it from Q and leave it on general, because general has
Oh.
more room to take it than Q does. I mean, it's 22, but it's still 22.
Yeah, okay, leave it general.
On the other side.
Everybody okay with that?
Yep.
All right, so Shelley needs to hear that.
Kelly, we're gonna take smart gov.
It's the other side of it, too, right, is if we don't do it this year, next year, we burn 40% of cube cap, next year, we're gonna have to do something about it.
Sorry, the advertisement vote.
Yes, it's already
If
advertised.
we pass the bug, we're gonna have to do it knowing something next year is gonna have to happen.
I like your conversation, Dan.
We put it at 22. I need to bring that in here with me. So. Yesterday's stuff. So I'm sorry. They're just. I'm sorry. So this is.
She had said in health that we could take smart gov down from 30,500
That's
to
the
7,500.
That's how much it would be.
Oh.
It would be.
Oh, that's on a different,
It's health.
yeah, 1159. That takes us to totally.
Sorry, I haven't.
1159.
Did you still?
And then which one inside 1159? Twos or threes? Threes.
I'm
When you guys talk, we're talking about the smart cuts. Smart cuts.
So,
Which is in,
which is the where in health?
Just,
It's not in health. It's the one you guys did.
oh, right here, it's in 1168. Page
It is
48.
actually.
You said that's.
Local health maintenance.
I just told you to take some of it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, so she said, we can subtract that, I've got that now.
I'll take it down to
We
7,500.
can take that down to 75. You
Find it, Ruth?
Yeah.
What? Okay, so find 1168.
Page 48.
They're not on your page numbers.
We don't get page numbers.
Yeah.
It's in the book 48. So that's why
Yeah, we're using the new
I
page.
was trying to use the newspaper too, but I didn't know where that was.
1168. Computer software.
Yeah, I said 30,500.
Taking it down to
Okay,
20,000.
hang on, Alicia would like to say something.
So there are two parts to the smart gov. There's a part that the commissioners are taking over, which is the enterprise contract. There's also the merchant connector, which is our credit card processing. The 7,500 that I said to leave in that line item is for the merchant connector that we shared the cost on with building and planning. The remainder that you removed is because the commissioner said they were taking it on.
So in 30043, instead of 30,500, we're gonna knock it down to 7,500?
Correct. We hadn't gotten there yet with you guys.
No, that's okay.
That was,
We were all searching and all looking, and so.
we did that on Brady.
And then that 22,000.
Yeah, so then
And
Kelly,
another one.
while you were talking about that, back to Fund 1138,
It's just like,
the smart gov fee of $22,000, we're leaving zero. And we're gonna leave it in the other account.
okay, so, what? Okay, so in the other account, we'll have to, we'll either have to do it with an additional appropriation or all of it, all this plays out. We do need to bump it. We got these numbers at yesterday's, at our last commissioners meeting. That's Wednesday, right? Monday. Tuesday? Yesterday?
Yesterday's Tuesday.
Okay, yeah. It needs to go to 25,4. 25,100. 25,100.
I did not get that, I'm so sorry.
I think that's what that's. Yeah. 22,000 is currently. Yeah.
It's gonna stay in general.
And then in general, we have to go back to that. That's what it needs to be.
That was
So we cut the vehicle down, cut smart cut, because it was in there twice. So it's like, you're taking reading, we're gonna be taking into account from 2.5 to 2.4. I like his idea of moving a position from 1235 to 1222, burning some cash like this. And it's very restricted on what we can use it for, and to move this from QCAP into 1235. That's, I liked that idea he had, but we haven't talked about it yet. It still doesn't get us where we're.
But it's
But it's
something.
70 grand in the right place.
Right. It'll count, right?
General.
It's the first year.
I know, over and over and over.
That's awesome.
I learned,
Yes.
I just think everything.
I know.
Recap.
I'm proud of you.
Hey, it's a lot.
Wow, there isn't a lot to even,
Right, there's no.
there's no wiggle room. It's like, it's
The load
almost
isn't-
exactly what it was last year.
The load's not down
You've
here.
taught
The load's
everybody
up there.
well.
Yes.
Very good.
Yes.
It's a very top of the page, because I highlighted it, it was like very. Here, I can find it. It is on page 21. It's the very first thing, it's because your book eats it.
Yeah.
It's usually helpful.
So, that being said, we found out yesterday
That's how much stuff.
that definitely, technically, it needs to be 25,100.
Oh, instead of 22, it needs to be 25,100?
Because that's what we found out yesterday. Yeah.
You got that?
Yep.
Okay.
That's in general, that's not.
So what was the last conversation then, Christine, that we need to have, you were just talking with.
Just whether we're gonna go ahead and move Steuben over.
Dan's brilliant idea, we would have to take someone from 1235 into 1222, because one of your tech com people,
It's 12 minutes is maxed out.
because 1235 is max, it does not have the cash balance that 1222 does. 1222 has some room. Then if we did that, then 1235 could absorb the Stillman 70, the software.
So the HR question, is that creating a nightmare? All in one. One out.
When there's already one in, right? There's already one in 1222.
Yeah, you already have some paid out.
So if you move one in there, as long as you take all the things that go with it.
Yeah, if we know how many people are paid out of 1222, and then if things are you going to adjust those things accordingly, like the insurance, everything, then that's fine. And I check those balances as well when I pay the admin and stuff, so you would probably just to make sure it's in the system.
You're all right with that?
I'm just thinking in my head, are you talking about with the 5% raises?
Yeah. Wow. I mean,
We haven't
settled on that, yeah.
We haven't settled on that yet.
No.
But what I'm saying is, the way that I presented, that we have presented the budget, from what I believe the revenue is, we are only ahead by $1,163
In 1222.
in 1222.
But we
You
knew
knew that.
it has a significant cash balance. We knew it's a 1 year type of thing,
Oh, yeah.
is our thought process,
As
right?
long as, yep,
And the
okay.
thought process was, you guys had done that before and had burned down 1222, but now you've built it up.
Yeah.
It has a,
Yeah, I think we're at
I was gonna say. I-
627.
Off my head.
It says, well, by our numbers, back when we did them, 627. 460.
is our,
So there's that to absorb for it's just a conversation we're gonna have again next year.
Sure. Okay.
You know, when we go to the dungeon, when you take me to the basement, and we lock me in. Right.
Are we all nodding to doing that?
Are you guys okay with that?
Make it harder, but.
Yeah.
It works.
I don't think anything we're doing is making next year harder.
Okay, so let's make a detailed note on that. We're moving.
Moving to telecom tech.
Yeah, your lowest payroll person, if you have moved into 1222, choose to do that and all the things that go with them.
over to 1235.
No.
Those to 1222, so that in 1235, we can put the annual software for the Steuben maintenance and Motorola solutions of 70 grand into 1235. So if I'm looking, Kelly.
Okay. So instead of the way we proposed it, moving the one from 1222 to 1235, we're gonna leave that person there.
Yeah, we'll leave that person there. Okay, their stuff.
And their stuff. Okay, I gotcha.
And their stuff. So then you would only have 10 in 10153, your telecom tech. Instead of 11, you would have 10. Does that make sense, Kelly?
Which one you talking?
No, I'm sorry, I was talking about.
Okay.
Then refer. One telecom tech, 1235 back to 1222.
So we currently have 11, and you're talking about removing one.
Yes.
But I had already added, in my number here, I already added the 2 that we wanted to add of telecom tech.
Which is the 11, right? The 11 has your new people? It doesn't?
No.
Where are your new people?
I would have had,
Because your new
I
people
would have
are
had
12.
11 plus 2 would have been 13 for the new positions that we asked for. And then the one that I was gonna move from 1233 or from 1222 would have made 14. So if we do get the additional 2, now we would be down to 13 and 1.
Can I come to you?
My question. This one, is it for a fund?
That's gonna come all the way to you, honey.
So how do we have it right?
Is this, basement? I read last year's. I can.
I said that I want you to actually.
No, that's okay. No, that's okay. So the one that we had here, we moved it to here. So the 11 plus the 2 would be 13, plus the 1 that we would
That's the 2 we just.
But you're wanting to keep the original one
Just different
12,
And making this one 13.
So, yes, ma'am.
I apologize.
No, you're good.
No, that's okay.
This number is 14.
Yes. I looked at the wrong, there we go.
Don't.
No, you know, it's good.
I'm just gonna put that on there. Yes.
I was trying to get all the dispatchers in one key. Shifts and everybody's stations this way, please. I'm sorry. And I apologize.
So, Charlie and Sheriff,
That's-
so the 2 new positions. We have 1 open, right? 1 open position, 2.
I don't think we have any, do we? We don't have any
There's 1 open
dispatchers.
on our sheet.
Oh, that's probably back when it was in the sheets.
Oh, yeah, that was back then.
Well, we've been functioning at 14 all along.
No,
Yes, but I mean,
we didn't have 14.
well,
And
we have
12.
12, I'm sorry. Yes, yeah, you did throw me off. 12, yeah.
With considerable amount of overtime, if I can add that.
Yeah.
There's
No,
like
there's
built-in
no-
overtime in there.
No, we filled it.
And you have how many maternity leaves coming up?
Oh, boy. We're about to have half a basketball team. I think we've got, what, 3 or 4 in between October.
Between, yeah,
September.
well,
Yeah, we've got 3 or 4 babies coming in next
We're
year.
gonna have like 5
Increase
people
in
off
overtime,
on
too.
FMLA for babies.
What's that? I'm sorry.
There's a request for an increase in overtime plus the 2 new positions.
Is all that overtime just for them? That 100?
Or is that the built-in
Is that-
overtime?
That total,
And all
yeah, there's a
inclusive.
bigger story.
All
It's the
inclusive.
built-in overtime.
Yes. Yes and yes. And there is built-in overtime into their pay, which we tried to remove, but we cannot do that once we took that over. We were learning it the same as well. Those funds come in for that purpose.
And I have the real deficit if we don't give the 2 new positions.
Yeah,
So the 2 new positions would alleviate some of the overtime.
yeah, some of it, yeah.
A lot of the overtime, I believe.
Since the commissioners, since we've taken this over, we have brought the staffing up to full staff. And now we have learned that the staffing's not even adequate to where it should be in that center. We are way behind. I shouldn't say way behind. We are low in our numbers. And it's a significant amount to the point where if I have one person off, we are needing to call people in to cover 12-hour shifts. So we
Stations.
for everyone, yeah. We have 5 stations and we try to equip up to 3 of them at a time. But generally, we only have 2 districts.
So is anybody opposed to leaving those positions in?
And they were already in when we got all
They're in
the.
all those numbers.
Yeah, and because they're supported, none of them touch general.
None of them are in general, right?
And the only reason we came back to talk about moving them was so we could make room in QCAP. And this was a pared down from the initial ask of what we thought. If we
Yes.
really wanted to make dispatch function well, it would be more than 2.
Be more than 2.
But we fought back and forth and came up with 2.
Where we landed. Yep.
You bet. So where do we land on the moving the telecom tech back to 1222?
I think that's a great idea. I think your idea was perfect there.
So then Spillman, which is where?
The Spillman maintenance is in QCAP 40010. So if we took that, you all, Ruth?
Yeah.
You good with
I'm
the
good.
move?
I'm good.
Okay. So we'll do 0 there. And then as far as how these numbers over here play, I would ask Aaron to have those for us tomorrow.
Well, that's gonna be my next question. Once we made all our decisions today, actually, when should we come back?
Yeah.
To give you time to do it and do it.
Yeah, because originally I had it set up that you guys were going to spend 2 days doing this.
Right.
And then we got Friday and Monday to get the numbers that came back from the time. So
So I'm happy with all these
Monday.
decisions. I mean, do we just not meet tomorrow and come in on Tuesday?
it's gonna be your call.
What
It's gonna be your call. I don't know whether you guys
Yeah.
can turn these numbers.
We don't
around
need
by
to
the
make
way.
any more decisions. We just need to know how long it's gonna take you to make these changes and get us
This
documentation
40010.
without pulling your hair out and staying a minute.
What if we make changes tomorrow?
If we pull out and make that 0, which then takes this down,
Not no one.
which no. You'd be able to tell us what it did to 1222 and 1235,
No, I just want what,
right? That wouldn't be too bad for you.
With the benefits, you mean?
Yes, yeah,
What's
just
everything?
the impact between those 2. That's where I would, we're moving that to 1235.
So we just.
Is that enough time to do that?
We made more room here.
We didn't, so we put the smart gov back out of queuing onto general.
I just,
On
I
general.
gave it on here.
But that number was inside of general, the burn we were
They're both-
talking
they're
about
both
is
places.
different.
Yeah.
It was in both places. And the cash.
Take it off the general.
But the comfortable place to burn cash is general.
Yes, I don't have a baby either.
There's,
Your poor thing.
That's the question for council. Go there, take another 20,000
leave it
off.
general. I would say leave it.
I'd say
Give it general.
Okay.
Will you
So you guys have to make a new line item inside of 1235 for the software from Steuben? Or is there a line item there that is close enough that it can just merge into? Can it go into computer software and maintenance? That would be just taking a stab.
What about 40200, the one we use for the telephone?
Oh, your software and hardware.
Is that zeroed out?
Pretty neat, right?
It'd be nice if it was in one place.
No, they want an account number.
Then
Oh.
perfect, that would be
Good
good
with
with
that?
I'm fine with that. Kelly thought it might be great, which I agreed with, is having, she said it isn't hard for you guys to make a line item, so then we know exactly where it is when we want to move it the next year. Is that okay?
Rather than having and trying with all these things.
With all these things that we're trying to pull apart, I like that.
Say that again.
They're just gonna make it its own line item in 1235.
Yeah.
So that it doesn't go with something else.
So we can see it.
So we can see it.
Yep.
That was for your Stillman?
Yes.
And what was the total figure on that?
70,000.
Gotta ask you.
Yeah, one telecom tech.
Out of
1235 and 1222.
1222.
Yep.
Spelling into 12. So let's let Roger catch up here.
one.
So we not quite 200. We did a lot more work, didn't it? This is the last down here. With the vehicles, took it down, took smart up off, and took Steuben off.
I didn't. It's within the 1 year.
So we're still burning quite a bit there.
I don't have a 48-hour notice for Friday.
Right.
I know, but we said if we took tomorrow, if you guys could come back on Friday, I don't have to do this.
How is that? Come back and jump on me now, or?
It's either tomorrow or Tuesday.
Okay.
And
Oh, that,
how
I'll be here.
long will we be here on Tuesday? I won't be able to be here until like 2:00. Unfortunately, I get told that day.
Just saving your life. Jeez.
I mean. Yeah, the only other thing is if this is a quick thing for them, because we don't have a whole lot of
Moving.
driving
Parts.
around, if we met tomorrow afternoon and then didn't meet Tuesday at all, I don't know.
We have to meet Tuesday. Tuesday's our regular meeting. right?
No,
It's the
the
Tuesday
16th.
after. Yeah, I mean, I would rather have it that way, but I
Yeah.
also want them to be able
Well,
to
I
do
want them to
whether
be,
it's
not have to stay till midnight tonight.
and maybe get here tomorrow at 1 or 2.
I don't know how much work.
Meeting.
11:30, or just get to how far away is that?
It's right.
I think that's kind of the consensus outside.
Thank you. I probably did the same boat there, but I didn't think it'd be.
1 to 12, it's 1 to 12.
Well,
Noon to.
Thinking 40043, the vehicles, you guys said that we could go from 130 to 60.
They haven't had lunch yet either.
Yeah, but I mean, they got a couple of
They have 2 hours today. And
yeah, we're looking at,
we meet at 1 tomorrow.
where was your sheet?
So that gives you much time. I'm sorry. And then
Where
not
was your-
having to do.
She brought up a good point, 5% across the board for wages, we did be touching every single
Salary.
I don't salary within county general and beyond.
Like this.
So it's not, you have to go into all the different lines and key in also 5% So it's not like a real quick, oh, we're gonna do 5%, click, and then automatic does it.
So you
You have
don't
to touch
need
every line.
Will we be able to meet tomorrow at any time?
We meet today.
Okay, so it's Tuesday, right? Is that what you're saying?
And you can be here Wednesday.
I can't Tuesday, because it's not till 2 o'clock, so.
Oh, sorry.
Is it possible to, and don't just put pressure on us, air out the sheriff's people. We had a late start time.
I don't know much about the entry into now. I don't do that. That is.
It's gonna be us in here.
For the,
And so if we're.
I have no problem meeting Tuesday, just don't.
Yeah, that's fine, Tuesday, you guys can't work around my free.
Yeah, okay.
I don't anticipate very many decisions need to be
Right,
made
I
on
was just,
that
that's what I was just gonna say, I hate to
So-
curse myself, but.
Yeah, right.
It might not.
Say that
All right, so now, we've already said we don't feel like this year longevity pays in scope, so now it's percent raises.
I think we all kind of go with the 5, we all agreed there over
I think we
here.
were all, yeah, was anybody not in favor of the 5?
I just want to formalize that with everybody here, so
I shouldn't have called for the vote.
I wanna look at this one more time.
Yeah.
It includes everybody.
As long as they're in at the list study amount.
Difference between, just to give you perspective, difference between 3, 4, and 5 without. Is roughly $75,000. So.
We tried for years
I'm seeing a bunch of it.
to get
Yeah.
Good.
every employee makes the same as we should be. I mean, that means you have
All right,
to.
fine. Are we, next question. Are we advertised sign?
One second.
Advertised sign.
I don't know.
What if we're not?
Additional appropriation in January.
Did we do anything
No,
with the chief
taking-
deputy spot too?
Oh,
We talked about that.
Yeah, we asked, put that at 85, right?
Yeah.
85%.
Oh, that's not in this number.
Where's, good job, in our notes or in our?
No, in our
Yeah.
notes, in my notes.
Yep, that was that.
And Eric and I's a little running.
Are trying to figure out a total of things.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's where we're at.
Yeah.
So it'll still leave us just under 7.
So. When we look at IT. For her. Her two people.
Okay, hang on.
Okay, I'm sorry.
There you go.
I just had it. I wanted to her part-time.
We can wait till the end. Go ahead.
Okay. Commissioner Allen, I wasn't at the commissioner meeting yesterday, so was there wage discussion yesterday?
Just,
That's gonna
should
be,
come to you on your 16th.
It won't come until the 16th, but it has to be brought up today because I need to know.
I think the request was to raise that salary of, what was it, 120,017 cents?
12 cents.
12 cents.
to that number, or is it to that?
Are you gonna tell the rest of us what we're talking about?
So-
The highway engineer that went through a restructuring, who's taking on more responsibility. There's no, I want to call it code supervision out there. He is in charge of everything now.
Yeah, there's the code department situation.
So has there been a job study done on that with the
I was gonna say, didn't we go above the WIS study by like
$9,000 last year.
Can we go above and beyond?
Over and above right now, the WIS study.
So he was
Because it
one
was
of the few
substantially
that
lower,
we,
but he submitted some other information, trying to justify.
So I guess I don't speak for all council, but we probably need to see with the new 107, what percentage of increase that was and still where that puts him to the west. What you say?
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah,
if the
it's
WIS
my
study
did.
includes all these things that he's doing, I want to know what.
Well, I think they're saying since the west study, this is a change of responsibilities.
Correct.
But his job description was changed in
Yes.
accordance with that.
So, yeah, okay. So,
But you won't get that until the 16th.
right,
But they've already done the job description.
you can get it to us tomorrow. All right, everybody?
Yeah.
So now tomorrow.
That's also.
Tuesday.
So it's those to buy.
100. Yeah, my only question we need to ask, I know that we went above and beyond. I could not find my WIS study to save my life. I ripped my office apart. I thought we went a chunk ahead of that last year because we did for him, but we didn't for his subordinate. And I kicked myself for it afterwards. So like, we didn't do it for the assistant or whatever that was there then. Now that's changed, but.
Oh, just do it.
Okay.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay.
Sorry.
Do you
That was a
want?
good spot.
Oh, those don't matter anyway, never mind.
I say use the figures of what the wages are not including the increase when you get the figures on Tuesday. And then the Tuesday after, we'll get what really that wage should be with the new responsibilities, correct?
Say it again.
So for that position, with the additional job description, are we gonna have Wagner, Irwin, and Shealy look at it and tell us what dollar figure?
They already did. They did not change the classification. So, and I do believe his current wage is over and above what the WIS study came back at.
And so the commissioners voted yesterday to give him another increase? Am I hearing this right? Correct.
And that all comes out of highway, which is already the ones that that Peters has been shaking his finger at us
We've
the
been
last couple of
overspending.
years.
I see now. Which way you guys want me to calculate it? I know.
For this, I think for our purposes, for coming Tuesday prior to our next council
Just
meeting.
leave it where it's at right now.
Stay at the lower wage where it is now. That's great.
For
If we choose to raise it in our regular meeting, then we can visit that.
It is the bathroom nurse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alicia's got a question for us.
Yeah, I mean, once I have to file here.
Alicia. I need to have that discussion.
Okay, so they're bringing up like.
Well, I can bring it up in conjunction with you, so.
Did you hear take over?
I could not find it to save my life.
Yes.
Okay.
Karen's gonna take over.
So we have a couple people in this situation. So you guys adopted the WIS study. You do have some people that are over and above what the WIS study came back at. She has one employee currently in this situation. When it comes to taking a look at the 5% increase, you just want to make sure that those people that are maybe a little bit over and above are just meet everybody that's at that same classification.
We can't give them, even though we didn't give them a raise at all last year?
Oh.
No,
I mean, but they had a
That
higher wage.
So, in this particular wage, it is a professional who is accredited. But they were supposed to make 61 and they were, at 64 already. So I just proposed to keep them static at 64. So what the proposal on the table with council discussing would be 5% on top of the 64 or see what the 5% would do to the. She's already at that.
Prior to the governor's initiative, what was she at?
Let me look that up.
I mean, we're talking about like,
And we're
I mean, not even 5 people, right? Total in this situation.
I have to take a.
And this wage is not coming out of county general. This is coming out of HY.
Yes, I might like- Even if somebody's on that upper end, like you're still paying more like everybody else is for everything. If we're
Yeah, we
doing
just
that.
put prior to the. And to get everybody in line with their classifications, I think it would make sense, but again, you know, you guys are saying 5% cost of living adjustment, these people have been at a specific amount now, it could potentially be 2 years, so it's one of those things where.
So are we talking about just this, or are we talking about all of those people, that handful last year that didn't get raises? You're saying
those
not to
people-
give them raises?
I'm not saying not to give them raises, but I'm saying you gotta take a look at those people that were brought up to the WIS study. Okay, so they're at this amount here, and then you have those other people that didn't get any raises other than that 5% or that $500 ARPA. So they're a little bit over and above still than these people. So these people are gonna jump up 5% and then maybe just.
Well, those people
What
are
about we
too.
give the other, I mean, I didn't know we were talking about leaving anybody out.
Yeah, everybody's
Giving them a
getting.
raise.
Okay, everybody's getting the raise. I just wanted to make sure we we're gonna decrease anybody's
Right.
pay.
So you're thinking that everybody gets.
But it
the
could be a
raise.
lesser amount than.
Because those people didn't get,
A raise last.
like, they didn't get a raise.
To be
Right.
because they were all those
Last
people that
But
are
all the
higher
prior
now.
years, they're already making more than what they should.
But it,
I still think you gotta give them the raise.
Okay,
Yeah.
I know, I'm.
Cost of living would be across the board.
Okay,
Yeah,
I just want to
It's a good
clarification
question
on
to
that
ask, right? Yeah.
because.
and our number
They're gonna keep
reflects that,
going.
right? That we were,
Yes,
That's
yes,
everybody.
and that is everybody.
Okay.
That includes everybody
Includes
at the
okay.
5%, at whatever they're at right now currently.
Very good. Question would be,
Right?
do you girls have what you need? Do we need to make any more decisions for you today? You're gonna let us know on where we're advertised versus where this falls?
Yeah. Yeah, but it's going to be meaningful, right? Definitely need to find out. Come on.
So we could begin at 8 o'clock by Tuesday. The night.
Actually, we got several days to get it done,
yeah.
so.
8 or 9, whatever. Next Tuesday, we're sure.
It was advertised today, but
Oh,
I have time to change it if you want.
I can leave it at 8 for you to have it.
Whatever's better on everybody.
I think that's
Last
fine.
work they did.
Your office.
It is. I'll try not to get my, yeah, I'll try to get my excuse this time. It's so times this morning, I was trying to do it. Until 8:30. I'm like, oh, I cannot get up by 5:30.
Okay.
I
think it's wonderful.
Let me say.
Yeah, they said.
Yeah.
So does he get the 8 plus the 5?
It would be the 85% of the elected official.
Because that, he'd have to get
So if
Yeah.
we're giving
Went up,
it to,
then-
if we're giving it to RJ, then it would go to him.
Then
the, he would have to get the 5 to keep up too.
And
Well,
this
they don't-
5%, you're including your elected officials, correct?
Yes. Not council.
Well, I mean, your department heads. Yeah.
Well, we haven't had that conversation this year either.
It was later in the day.
We have never taken an increase in council pay, not that it's that much to affect anything anyway, but it's always been, when it's been a struggle to give our employees enough, we're not gonna ask for more.
I mean,
So,
Until I see that every employee is making what they're supposed to be making, I will not take a wage increase.
yes, and we are burning a lot of cash. I want to say that out loud. We are burning a lot.
I think that's first we've heard that. News to me.
Well, you all are gonna make me not sleep.
So for the chief deputy sheriff, so that we won't necessarily bump him, but we will just go straight to the 85%.
Whatever the sheriff's new wages is, it'll go.
So what do we have to be able
It
to?
works for an elected official,
Yes.
that's their chief deputy. The
Should
chief
be
person making 85% of their boss. And he
What,
works-
8 years?
Yes, and so he's gonna get pulled that much because it's our cases, he never.
I just want to make sure everybody.
Cash burn, concern, you're not raising that.
You'll get your time.
Oh, that's.
This year.
All right. Well, I would accept a motion to recess after thanking you all for your efforts, and Ruth, you're a warrior.
You are, yes.
You're
gonna hear it.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second that.
Eric and Bill?
I'm gonna
Tomorrow, and I'll see you all Tuesday.
A nice 1 hour sleep this
Be back
morning.
Tuesday.
I hope so.